Good morning, everyone. A little bit different time, a little bit different place. How is everyone doing? Welcome to the event. So for those of you who don't know, today I will be opening a text file probably in about 15 minutes, and one of your user submitted projects are in there. And today's stream is not ending until I am done that project. So welcome, everyone. Good morning, Franco, when you wake up from your nap. Good morning, Gadget Reboot. Good morning, MT. How's everyone doing today? Just dropped this directly on my foot. That was a phenomenal start to the day. Good morning, Mr. Bergdahl. How's everyone doing? Good morning, Lockwatcher. Good morning, everyone. Still early, but you have coffee. Very good. So, we are going to reveal in about 10, maybe 15 minutes what the project is. First, let me show you the stream improvements I have made. So, first of all, you have here, hello, this is the bench. Here is the screen. Right in the middle there is the project. Here is, oh God, here is the microscope. It did not like switching to that. So yeah, the microscope is a little iffy. It seems like if I move too much, well, it was working a minute ago. There we go. So this is the microscope. There's my little thingy, and there's a broken AMS 1117. And here is the second camera. So this is in the workshop with the Elegoo printer. So we have a couple of things here. Actually, I'll set up the second cam, and I'll just show to you that we have control over the Elegoo printer. Here we go. Well, this is a homemade microscope. So there we go. Chamber lights are on. Done. So yeah, this is a homemade microscope. I've been working on it for a little bit. Maybe the splitter I'm using is not the greatest. Capture card should be good, but basically I'm using a splitter to switch it between so I can have it on the screen. There's a screen right above it. And also so I can capture the footage for you guys. Let me just adjust. There we go. So you can see my bad soldering. Oh, it shut off for me. It shut off for you guys. Yeah, okay. It needs some work. I think the splitter has a little bit of issues. Also, nothing's perfect right now. This was just me setting it up so that you guys can see. So there we go. This is like the Amish getting a new plow. Much improvement. Yes, thank you. Thank you. But if you're a microscope partner that wants to send me something that can use the screen and the HDMI at the same time, hit me up. Hit me up. So yeah, how's everyone doing? T minus 5 minutes, 10 minutes before we reveal what the project is. Let's just go through the rules of today very quickly. So first and foremost, oh here, let's put the rules on. I've got a whiteboard like a true professor. Okay, rule number 1. Stream doesn't end. Stream ends when the project is done. So stream only ends when the project is done. That means I am more than comfortable going past 8 p.m. tonight. So that would be 12 hours. I will have to take some breaks to eat, but I'll probably eat, down here chatting with you guys. I'll just, mute it while I'm eating. I'll have to take some bio breaks from time to time. No choice, I'm human. Stream ends when the project is done. All right. Number 2. Every one USD equals 1 minute of AI and like assist. Ban. So that means that if you super chat, every $1 you will send will ban me from using AI for 1 minute. All right. I will be using AI during the challenge. However, AI is limited to help, not to direct. So that means AI will help me code, but AI will not be like, this is how you do whatever, or this is how you should approach. It's not for ideas. It's for like assistance. Number 3, must only use what's at my disposal. Which means none of you can make the code for me and email it to me to help me. Now, I can have discussions with you guys, I can take your advice, whatever, but you can't. I have nobody local here helping me. My wife's not going to help me. This is me. I have to use what's at my disposal. No going to the store. Okay, so that is the goal. Number 4, have fun. That's the goal here. After all, we're going to have fun. And number 5, there will be an audience vote at the end. So the audience will decide if they are satisfied with the project or not. Ultimately, the audience can't decide how long I'm going, but my goal is to complete a project to the satisfaction of the audience. That'll be the goal. I'm hoping that at the end of my project, I will put an audience poll, and the audience will be asked if they are satisfied that I have met the requirements of the project. It'll be a yes, no, and I'm hoping to get over 50%, probably should go, over 50% yes. That is the goal here. Vero will not be bringing me coffee. Vero hates the smell of coffee, and so I wouldn't ask her to do that. So is there any questions here as we're getting to the last 5 minutes before we are revealing? Any questions about the rules and whatever? Also, to my moderators, if anybody is being mean to other viewers, go ahead and give them like a 4-hour timeout or something. So be judicious with the use of the ban or the whatever. If there's like racial slurs or whatever, ban them. If they're just being mean, give them a very long timeout. But if they're doing like racist, sexist, whatever, we want to keep the chat relatively clean. We want to keep it respectful. So give someone a long timeout. But if they're being, racist or sexist or whatever, ban them. I'm good with that. All right. So I got to vamp for a little bit of time here, but basically that's the thing. When we open in the next 4 minutes, when we open the project, what we will do, well, what I will do, is I will attempt to break the project down into some steps. Yeah, it does need to be a respectable stream. Thank you. We'll try to break the project down into discrete steps. 1, so that I can organize my thoughts, and 2, so that people joining in will be able to sort of follow along with the progress. Yes, correct, MT. Humor is accepted. Be very clear when you're being sarcastic. That's one thing. There's like a third of the population that doesn't understand sarcasm, 1. And 2, it's very hard to convey sarcasm in text. So use the /s marker if you need to. Like, yeah, just do that. So yeah, so we're gonna open it in like 3 minutes, and we're gonna go from there. I'm really happy you guys are here, by the way. Also, I've had 3 volunteers going through all of your suggestions. I don't know, I forgot to ask if they wanted to be revealed who the 3 volunteers were, but they did go through, and they told me that out of the 14 suggestions that are there were 0 troll suggestions. None. Nobody trolled me in the suggestions. I'm very happy for that. I have not opened the file yet, so I don't know if the person reveal them. Okay, Gadget Reboot says reveal them. So special thanks then. Here, we'll just go special thanks. Special thanks to at Gadget Reboot, at Another Maker, and at Pile of Stuff. Those 3 are my beta testers. They're my alpha testers, because beta sounds bad. So these 3 went through all of your suggestions, and they have made sure there was no troll suggestions, and I believe it was Gadget Reboot this morning who did the actual picking, the random picking of the project, and he made the text file, and he made it probably, I'm guessing, on a Linux or a Mac system. So if it doesn't open on Windows, we are gonna panic. we're gonna panic. I do have a Linux system, but I think I'm just gonna panic if it doesn't work. How about that? We know how my progress with Linux has been going. Yeah, so it's unzipped, Gadget. It's unzipped, but I haven't opened the text file yet, so we'll see. Good morning, Dirty Yankee 911. All right, it's that time. So we are getting to it. So let's do it. Let's open it. Yeah, first challenge, opening the challenge. Okay, so here it is, right here. You ready for this? Let's do it. Okay. So here we go. Make an infrared system that knows when you enter and leave where you film, and turn the lights on and off. Interesting. Very interesting. I think this is not a very difficult task, but I feel like it could be hard to film. But infrared system, Does that count? Passive infrared, PIR? Okay, so here we go. Let's do this. Okay, so here's the challenge. Gadget, did somebody leave their name when they posted this? Do they want to be credited? So I want to avoid using Wi-Fi because I don't want to leak my credentials. All right, so let's see how this works. 1 day challenge. And then this is it. All right, let's do the steps. Breakdown. All right, so we want to do, so I think the key here, when you enter and leave, see the light from your eye tracker with a Samsung phone if you take a picture of your monitor. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's break it down here. So it needs to know whether you are entering or leaving. So I'm thinking it's going to have some sort of like dual sensor, you know, where there's like logic like 0, 0, and then 1, 0, and then 0, 1, and then 0, 0 equals entering. 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0 is leaving. So basically, what I'm thinking of is if you've got two, so let's say this is the room, and let's say this is the doorway, okay, or the hallway in. If you have like sensor A here and sensor B here, if you're walking this way, you're going to trigger sensor A, and then you're going to trigger sensor B. So that'll be like entering. But if you're going the other way, and then you trigger sensor B and then sensor A, so that'll be like leaving. For if I don't know someone was there. I was looking at auto locks in power and controls lab. There we go. Anytime you get banned from using AI, just ask the chat. Trust or not trust? Yeah. Well, so far I can use AI because nobody has banned the use. So yeah, so I think I am, if I'm reading the question correctly, if I'm reading the challenge correctly, it needs to have a difference between entering and leaving. Email the project. Thank you. You emailed info on the project to mention credits. Okay. Oh, there it is. Oh, that was Franco's idea. Well, thank you, Franco. Thank you very much, Franco. Franco Walker's project submission. Excellent. Good morning, Vero. Yes, it has. Do you have any way to pin the project or something like a banner at the bottom of the screen? So I think I'm gonna make a text source to explain it. Should have something to avoid false triggering. Ooh. That sounds like code. So 100 sec, let me just do the conversion. 100 sec, give me a second here. 100 sec to USD. That's 11 minutes without AI. Thank you for the donation. So we are looking at 820, yeah, 822. Let's go 823. Let's go 824 because we'll just take the change. So $8 and, or sorry, 8 o'clock 34. We are allowed to use AI again. Thank you. Okay, so needs to avoid false triggering. Are you going to look at what the other, no. The other project submissions will stay confidential in case we have another stream like this. If this stream is successful, I am going to do more streams like this. Definitely. Okay, needs to avoid false triggering. No idea how. Okay, so next. Needs to use some sort of infrared. Yes, you are a member. Thank you, JB. Needs to use infrared. Now, here's the question for you guys. Let's make a poll. Does passive IR, PIR sensors count? I think they do. There's the poll. Vote in the poll, folks. I think most people will say it counts. Because otherwise I don't know how I would do it. So at Dan doesn't get my attention though, ITT. By the way, welcome ITT, welcome Vero, welcome Adam. PIR, literally IR. Seems like 89% thinks that PIR counts, so I think we're going to use PIR. Okay, needs to. So one thing I did mention is I am not going to do mains AC. So not doing AC power, but 2 out of 4 filming lights are not, they're DC. So let me check real quick what the current I'm working with. No, at streamer doesn't work either. Like I can see because I can read the chat, but it doesn't get my attention. It doesn't highlight the thing. So I knew what Vero meant, but if you guys want your text highlighted, I can't help you with that. You just have to go at Simple Electronics if you want your text. If there's something of like utmost importance. Let's see. Somewhere around here, I should have a clamp meter. So I've got 2 DC lights. So I've got the lights that are up here and the lights that are lighting the microscope. And if I can find a clamp meter without running out to the car, I will check the current draw so we'll know what our target is. But I think it's going to be probably about 10 amps a pop. If just I would have, I'm like, I won't use this. I don't need this at hand. And now I need it. So I have a current meter in the car, but I don't want to go get it. That's the Fenercy. Millimeter wave would have been good to have on hand. Yeah, I do. It is cold outside today. All right, so it's clear that PIR works. So I'm going to end the poll here. Sounds like hard to do the design for it. I think he means like a module. I think he means like not create from scratch a PIR, because that's a bit intense. I think he means to have a module that will talk to a micro or whatever. Okay, let me... Still trying to find current, but honestly, I don't... In the end, it doesn't really matter what the current is, because I only have certain relays here. We'll be using a relay. Well, if ever I find it throughout the day, that'll be that. I feel pretty confident we're going to get this done. Okay, let's head back to here. We'll have to control a relay. We'll have to control a pair of relays. Likely have to be fused. Sometimes YouTube highlights when you're only part of the name. Oh, interesting. Just trying out a millimeter wave sensor in your lab detects your 3D printer, but it really gets confused. States head movements of 180 centimeters. Interesting. Yeah, LD2450 module. By the way, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream, everyone who isn't chatting. Hey, Scruff Dog, how are you? Thank you. This is a cheap Chinesium keyboard. Hold on, let me post the affiliate link for that. Where are you? Let me just go onto my Amazon. Got to try to make your orders. Keyboard K580 with the Utemu Blues. Actually it's on sale right now. Yay! I'll make 2.5% if you click my link. There we go. Why fused? Always a good idea to fuse your inputs. Here, let's put a question mark. So on and off. I need to work this on 12 volts. Okay, so let's start. Let's break this down into steps. You have coffee? Nice. The stream is brought up in the Scruff Dog stream. Oh, well, thank you. Welcome, welcome everybody. Everybody is welcome, but if anyone starts acting up, the mods will hammer them. Okay, so first step, let's do check. Okay, test out PIR sensors. Okay. 2, test out microcontroller platform. What do we want to use? 3, we're going to do test out relay driver code assembly and final tests, and then we can always go back. All right, so let's make a text source text project. Okay, and we're gonna say IR light switch. So that's the project. Project, good. Color, good. Background color, black. Is that working? Okay. IR light switch project. And then we need one more text source. We don't know if we have all the parts on hand. Yeah, that's the point. The point is to use my horde. Progress. One. Test PIR sensors. Okay. And we're going to properties. 30%. Okay. That should be good. Maybe I need a little bit more. We'll see. So now I need to add this source to everything. Text source. Add existing project. And then plus add existing. Add existing progress. Okay, so this is where we're at. So let's go. We're going to test some PIR sensors. I know that's hard to read, but it is what it is. It's extra points if the solution is funny. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa. Who's setting the rules here? All right. Well, we're off. Also, each US dollar buys you an AI ban for 1 minute. So if you don't want me to use AI, open your wallets. All right, let's see. Let's go find the PIR. I think I have these in a box somewhere. I probably have one of the world's worst sorting systems because I haven't gotten to it quite yet. Oh, everything. That was holding back. Okay, here's the PIR sensors. Okay. Away you go. Oh my God, yeah, everything fell. Everything fell. Oh, get out of there. Get out of there. Everything's falling. The more I shovel to the side, the more falls in and buries the hole. Come on, get out of there. Okay, there we go. Okay, PIR sensors. Oh, you go back under there. So here is probably what I'm going to use. I mean, I don't know. Fine. 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 We'll do 11 minutes of AI ban once I actually want to use AI. It just means I probably won't be able to use AI for this whole stream. How's it going? Make me. How are you? Been a while, huh? SR 602. Are these marked plus? The plus and the minus are not very well marked. I may have to. Oh, I can also do this. I can switch you guys to the microscope. Oh. So S plus minus. So there's the plus and minus. This is not autofocus. So looks like I'm gonna have to look at a diagram. Oh, look at that horrible soldering. Oh, and it failed. Okay. So, now what? I can't just like stop, right? Because now I need the search engine, and I have 11 minutes penalty. All right, so it's 37? Let's go 12 minutes because I'm going to round. So 8:38. So at 8:50, I can use search engine. So let's see if we can figure out. See if we can figure out how this thing works. Okay. So any polarized capacitors on there? No polarized capacitors. They're very ambiguously positioned. So for those of you tuning in, every US dollar super chatted bans me from search engine and from AI search for 1 minute, $1 per minute. So SR 602. This is a totally different thing. So for that one, the output is in the middle. I just don't trust. I don't want to burn these things. I only have a certain amount of them. Just notice you're not a mod in this channel. Yes, it's each individual channel. There you go. Welcome. Antenna connector short between the pin and the plug, but TV works fine. The meter on continuity beeps. Okay. I'm not sure. Are you asking for help? Search engines are banned, just AI and overview. Yeah, I mean, I can't really do anything. I don't want to burn these things out, so I guess, well, data sheets were always allowed. Okay, whatever. It'll be AI ban. AI ban's fine. All right, so let's do this. You could only turn left. You super glued the wheel shut. Interesting. How's it going, Gerald? All right, so SR 602 pinout. No, there we go. Oh, look. Ground, 5 volt, out. Wow, that I would never have guessed. Ground, 5 volt, out. Okay, so my idea is to actually cap this with a little bit of a tube. And then it should only point like straight ahead. So the idea is, where's my whiteboard? So the idea is if we place the sensor, it's going to look a little rude. Okay, if we place the sensor and then we put a black plastic cap over it like that, it should only be able to see what's directly in front of it. Because I know PIR is very sensitive, right? And the cap on these things spreads the signal out. I don't know if you can see inside there. Don't know if focus will allow. But the cap has patterns in it. I don't know if you can just barely see that. So the goal is going to be to align this with a tube, which we'll probably 3D print. You know, and the longer the tube, yeah, no limits on data sheets, yeah. I'm trying to be fair. I thought it was going to be 1 minute of AI from the donation time, but it kind of makes sense. I mean, because the thing is, do I still need to use AI right now? Is the timer still going? I don't know. So anyways. Let's figure this out. So we need female to something leads, female to male. Let's go red. Output for one will be orange, output for the other one will be yellow. And probably all of the red and blacks are gone. Black, we need one more red, one more black. I think literally this, if I fail this challenge, it's because I won't be able to find the right jumpers. Another black. Another red. There we go. We need some sort of breadboard supply. Maybe we'll just use our regular power supply. AI band, but only for the coding. So that is another 24 minutes. Thank you for the donation. Tried to place an SMD IR LED on a camera, but failed, didn't find the right one. Tried to replace it with a resistor to fake the SMD, but it didn't work either. I'm not 100% sure what you're on about. But if you want to, like, I'm not doing coding now. Hold on, let me write this down. So 24 plus 12. Let's go 12 plus 24. Try to figure out how to deal with that after. Which is 5 volts. Get in there. USD, Curtis. USD has plummeted quite a bit in the recent months. So you guys are getting a good deal here. Oh, I'm an idiot. It says out here. So here we go. Out. Thank you, Gerald. Oh yeah, it was my birthday a couple days ago. That's why people are saying happy birthday. So that is about 7. Every super chat has a ban. I'm sorry. Thank you, Gerald. Appreciated. It's about 7. Let's see. Let's do fair. 10 CAD to USD. Yeah, 7.3. Let's go 8. 8 minutes of ban. Added to the list. So JB, and that is Gerald. There we go. Oh, that's not. That should be a plus. 20 minutes. One sock only? Yeah, no. Scruff, thank you for the donation. 20. Scruff dog. Thank you very much. How's it going, Franco? Franco, we have your suggestion. I didn't even see you there. We are working on your project. IR light switch project. Okay, so these guys we will plug into power and ground. I think it works on 5 volts. 5 volts indeed. You've done well for yourself. There we go. And there we go. Now, these are notoriously difficult. You know what? I think I'm going to make the cap for it right now, because these things are notoriously difficult to get to read properly. And so I think with too much stuff going on, I think it will be hard for it to properly detect. So let's make the caps for it like right now. You're not a mod on this channel. Well, you're going to be a mod on this channel, whether you like it or not. Add moderator, standard moderator, save. There you go. Okay, so let's make the caps for this. So we are going to fire up the 3D printer. 3D printer is already fired up, actually. And then let's measure this carefully. 9.8. Yeah, 9.8. Okay, so we'll go 9.85 or something. I don't know. FreeCAD. Tape or hot glue the DuPont so they don't cause intermittent issues. That's a good idea. First, let's check if the DuPonts actually work. Actually, you know what? New. There we go. Unnamed. Let's just save as 3D projects. New folder. One day, and we'll call it one day. Here we go. Your problem, you can have some projects, but probably not feasible in one stream. Yeah, I mean, the challenge is to do your best. If it takes me 16 hours, it takes me 16 hours, but regardless, I'm going to do my best. Here we go. Let's rename this to PIR cap. By the way, using FreeCAD is really doing this in hard mode. What did I say again? That's why you didn't send any? Well, the judges would just eliminate yours if they're impossible. 9.8. So let's go 9.85. 9. Let's go 9.9. Okay, and then just make a random thing here, and then we're going to dimension between here and here. Wall thickness of I don't know, 1 millimeter should be fine. Let's go 0.4, 0.8, 1.2. 1.2 millimeters, that's good. Close this. Then we're going to pad this. Let's go 20 millimeters. That's good. Let's use the bottom here. Let's put a chamfer. Actually, let's do the top. Probably makes most sense. Do a chamfer. Yeah, that's good. We're gonna do 1.2. No. 1.1. Yeah. Okay. Save that shit. And let's send it to the printer. Taking you 12 hours on FreeCAD, yeah. I mean, the thing is, it might surprise you. I mean, I might be a bit better at this than you think. Right? You got a lot of time to do a project. It's like literally all day. Make sure that's not on the wrong screen. It is not. Good. Let me flip over to this. Let's set the bed to warm up. It's 17.33 C in the dirty room, in this room. Oops, screen, nope, new project. Never ever download an update on a one day challenge. 3D projects, 1 day. There we go. We're going to clone. Let's do 4 clones. Standard, that's fine. Slice the plate. How long are we going to be waiting? Like 5 minutes? 12 minutes. Oh. Do I want... Ah, screw it. I'll just do the base too. Yeah, FreeCAD, to answer your question, Gadget Reboot, or to comment on your thing, FreeCAD is a little brutal. Big learning curve. Big reason why Fusion is so popular. You smell fumes. I hope you're kidding. Ain't no fumes here. Start print. Send it. So now you have the choice. You can either look through here or through here. Or here. Or here. Oh, okay, because the dryer is running. Nope, no glue gun. Not heating up anything but the 3D printer. So, I think I have a feeling. I have a feeling that what's happening is the dryer. Here's what I think. I think the dryer is expelling air out, and then the bathroom vent is the only way air can come back in, and the dryer is going up into the soffits, into the attic, and then back in. I think that's what the issue. And if you turn on the bathroom fan, I think it'll be better, but I don't think it'll solve it. Okay, so let's figure out power for this now. Make free energy? Yeah, no thank you. All right. Yeah. Yeah, it's clear. You could see the massive amounts of steam going outside. So, 5 volts then. What do we use? I guess I could use the read-ins, but then I'll have a high-pitch whine this whole stream. So I guess I'll use the Unity. All right, let's see if I can get that set up. You know what? I'm gonna move my camera out of the way too, since I won't be filming on the big camera. Ooh. There we go. Big camera out of the way. I'm gonna try to put it somewhere safe. It's a big ask in this room. Alrighty. I should also have some LEDs set up with base resistors. I also need to find a way to get power onto my board from there. So I'll give you guys this view. Watch that thing print. I need some croc clip leads or something like that. I think I might have something. Where did that go? Okay. So printer is working. Let's see. The turntable project. Oh, come on. Get out of there. Well, stuff's falling. Normal avalanche of parts. So that's just bare wire. What have I done for power here? There's a banana on this side. Screw it, I'll just make some wires. I'm gonna have to use this all day. If you heard that ding, it's because the dryer is done. The buzz. Ding, dryer's done. Ding, dryer's done. Okay, we're gonna make some custom wires. We might as well. We're gonna be using them all damn day. Second channel, you should do 1 or more streams of reorganizing $1. Yeah. I don't. First of all, the second channel is not monetized, but yeah, I would love that. People wanted to pay me to fix my stuff. Let's do it. Ugh. Okay, so I'm just gonna cut myself off a little length of wire here. We don't need high current, but I just think it's gonna be better to not have a jumble mess of wires to deal with. So I'm gonna give myself a good length, and my power supply is current limited, so I'm not worried about shorting anything. So that's good. Now for the black wire, I tried to untangle it and roll it up, and now it's an absolute mess. So, where did that mess go? That's the question. I definitely want to use colored wire for this. Oh, here's the mess. You guys are going to make fun of me. I'm sensitive. So the wire came from China in like a bundle. And then I tried to untangle it to put it on a spool and then gave up. All right, here we go. Would you guys watch 16 hours of me untangling wire? Done. Get this out of here. Okay. Speaking of fries are done, I'm gonna have to take a break for lunch at some point. I have leftovers that I can eat, but for the most part, it's gonna be like a 10-minute thing. By the way, on the subject of a Pi 5, I think with 8 gigs of RAM here, would cost me more or less $200 Canadian. And I just bought a mini PC, a dang good one, for $300 Canadian with the RAM, with the SSD. It was such a good price. I went to share it with a friend of mine. Oh, that's not good. This is hot and my collar is loose. So it was such a good deal that I went to share it with a friend of mine, and the seller had removed the listing. So it was clearly a pricing error. Very good deal. Yeah, $300 Canadian for a Ryzen 75. Here's my phone. Here, let me tell you the specs. It is a I just collect my coins for the day. Thank you, AliExpress. Shipped. It is a Ryzen 5 7430U, 16 gigs of RAM, 512 gig SSD. So very happy about that. Very crummy that I don't get to necessarily get to share the deal with anybody, but it is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't. You know what, I should just do this in a soldering vise. Need to stop doing things the hard way if I'm going to be doing this all day. I will get tired throughout the day, so it's going to get worse and worse. There we go. Let's pop this on here somewhere. So the plan with the mini PC, I'm going to do a couple of videos with it first, because I need to really get a return on my investment. But eventually, the plan is going to be to set up my instruments here to display on the screen. So I'll have all my instruments going to a mini PC, and then I'll be able to capture it in OBS. Just going to be an easier way for you guys to see what I'm doing, essentially. Go. Done a Corsair and cancel the order? Yeah. To be honest, I thought I didn't think they would ship it because it didn't make sense for it to be 300 Canadian, whereas like on Amazon, 300 Canadian gets you like an Intel N150 system or like an old like 3 series Ryzen system. And so I didn't think they were going to ship it. Also, it was literally on the day of the start of the, or a day before the start of the Spring Festival, the New Year's Festival. But they shipped it, and it is now in Canada. So either I'm getting a box of rocks or the best deal that I've ever gotten on AliExpress. One of the two. There we go. There's my crappy soldering. We're going to put some heat shrink on that. 20 watching, 14 likes. Smash that thumbs up. Yes, please. All right, let's get some hate trunk. This probably won't help because it's too thick. By the way, the 3D print is done. Let's go get it. Second cam. Got to walk all the way around. So here I am. Hello. So I'm going to take the purge line out into the garbage. And then, oh, one went all the way to the back of the printer. So here we go. Can't see the one in the back of the printer. Over there. And then we just need to peel up this stuff. There we go. So this is the stuff left over. Over it goes. And let's see if we made it work first try. Switch to this camera. So here's what it looks like. It's got the chamfer on the top. Doesn't look too good. Looks like it melted a little. But they fit perfectly. Look at that. Excellent. All right. Heat shrink for this. Here's some red stuff. It'll do. It'll do, pig. It'll do. No sun here. We had sun here yesterday. Yesterday, it was supposed to be a high of -1, but it became a high of +1. So we were boiling here in Canada. Of course, I didn't cut that square. All right, Curtis, thanks for being here. Also, thank you, Franco, for giving me a reasonable one-day project. We might be done this at a reasonable time tonight. So I'll count this a success. I won't turn off my lights in here, but we will power some decent load and we'll have it switch the decent load. There's one. Let's do the other. Looks squarish. $12-hour stream, or if it's 12, yeah, it might go 12 hours. That's the beauty, you know? Like, I'm not in charge here. You guys are in charge. The heat shrink did nothing because I have a little bit of a solder daggy sticking out on the ground. I also am probably going to get tired during the stream, so I'm going to just color the ground a nice black here. There we go. Oops. Well, one is mostly black. You still won't last that long? That's fine. I was totally willing to go up until the wee hours of the morning. So if we need to go to midnight and past, I am down. But I don't think we'll need that. I don't believe we're going to need that, folks. Okay, so let's just strip a little bit of wire here. Usually silicone wire is not that hard to strip. There we go. Ouch. Have a nice twist on that. And then this one here. Come on. There we go. It is 9:15. It's been an hour since the reveal. See, is there a little... Yes, I can run the wire in through there. Excellent. Okay, wire through the hole. Yep. Tighten that down. Excellent. And then this wire through the other hole. You know what I didn't do for this stream? I didn't reach out and try to get some sponsors. So you guys are sponsoring it by banning me from AI. It is what it is. I am working with a sponsor right now. Those of you on the live stream channel, SE Made a Stream, you guys will know that I'm working with a company. Top secret video. Okay, so let's power these on and let's see if we let the smoke out for the first time in the stream. Should be good. Oh, sorry to hear about your migraine. Migraines are no fun. On. So they are using very little, if any, current. So I'll point that one this way. I'll point that one this way. And now let's set up some LEDs to see if we can trigger them sequentially. PIR does need a couple minutes to regulate itself. So we shall do that. Maybe I should have thought of this before I use this as a holder. Oh, you know what? Actually, I have a better holder than that. This we will grab my little 3D printed vise. What's the plural of a vise? Viken. -3.5 outside. Oh, I am jealous. Today is going to be a high of -8 Celsius. Okay, that's one. Weissen. Weissen jerky. I wish I wasn't such a fat person that needed to lose 35 pounds, because or else I would be eating like a freaking pig. Okay, so that is done. My little PIR cannons are there. Just need my LEDs now. Let me check. There's a box I have. Oh boy, these are heavy. That's not the box. That's not a box. Yeah, boxes. Okay. I need to build a storage system. Who wants to build it for me? Oh. Yes, LEDs are in here. Here we go. So here's a couple of LEDs, which I've set up with resistors on the leg. This is inspired by, and by that I mean ripped off from, Julian Eilert. Phenomenal YouTube channel. Love his content. One of my 3 inspirations. Ooh, nice. One of my 3 inspirations for starting YouTube. Okay. Ugh. Let me put this down there instead of up top. Okay, so here's the 2 LEDs. So 1 and 2. Oh, we missed one. It's very directional. Here, let me flip this off for a second. Ugh. Okay. So LEDs, on, on. Okay, now let's float above it. Yeah, that doesn't work. Let's see how far we can get. It actually has to be quite close. So that's reasonable. 1, 2. So that's how you know you're entering, and when you're leaving, you're going to go this way. 1, 2. So there we go. We've got our PIR. Now, problem is, this is likely 5 volts, which means we have to select our microcontroller carefully as to not blow up the micro. So let me see here. Micro. Just going to grab my multimeter in the other room. So let's see here. So that's ground. That's power. Okay, and oh, it's 3.3. That means we can use any micro we want. See, exactly, Gerald. Exactly. Okay, can we power the PIRs from 3.3? So voltage, 3.3, enter. So now the PIRs are powered by 3.3. Oh my god. We can use any micro we want. Use an AT Tiny. No. No ho ho ho. I don't want to deal with that kind of pain in the butt. Okay. Okay, this is perfect. So, we've got our 2 PIRs. Yeah, similar to an infrared barrier. Yep, exactly. Let's see, does it pick up the coffee mug? It does. From the infrared energy. Uh-oh. Are you guys still there? My live stream control page went down. Did you guys get an interruption? You're still there. Okay. The whole thing went down. That's interesting. Okay, let me see. All right, so let's see if it captures plastic. It does trigger. The only thing is it's pointing towards metal. So I don't know if it's getting reflections off the metal. Let me put a piece of paper there. Okay, that's triggering. So it triggers. That'll be in the code 10-ish. So PIR is triggering from this. Okay, if I go slow, okay, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do because what it does is it gets used to, I'll check in a minute, Billy. Thank you for reminding me. So it gets used to what the background IR looks like, and then when you change it, no matter what, it flips, but now it's used to this. So now it'll still trigger. Yeah, it still triggers. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, next step. So we need to know, let me move on here. Let's go to the mall. Okay, whatever. All right, screen. So we are done. Oh, I hate doing this. Check mark emoji. Copy. There we go. Done. Microcontroller platform. Oh yeah, I need to check the peanut butter chocolate banana bread. I am hungry. And I need to check Billy F. Billy F needs me to check something. So let me just change this. Properties. Test. MCU platform. Okay. All right. So back to the webcam. Oh, it's 2 actually. Progress, properties. 2. Windows key, period key. Windows, period. Ah, interesting. Never used that menu. I've only taught computers. Okay, so we're going to go back to voltage, my dear. And yep. Except for my bad probing. Come on. Stop being a little punk. There we go. 3.3. We're good. Excelente. Okay, so what do I have available to me as a microcontroller? I have pretty much, you know, more or less every microcontroller here. Oh, here we go. So I can do, this is my ESP bucket. This is all EXP stuff. How's it going, Eduardo? Put something in the oven. Forgot to start the oven. Oh, that's not good. Here, let me turn back on the lights. Watch your eyeballs. Oh yeah, and at some point, if someone's still here in like 4 or 5 hours, remind me to check my battery pack voltage for my mic. So this guy is the cream of the crop right now. ESP32 S3 N16 R8, but I think that is way overkill. But at the same time, like stuff like the ESP8266, I think that's just too old school. Plus, it's got a micro USB. Pretty gross. Got some low-powered ESPs here. Also, ESP C212. I've got the ESP C3s. Is this C3? Yep, C3 Super Mini. S3s. I got the, this is S3 Super Mini. Don't overkill the controller, yeah. So the C3 is plenty, like literally plenty. Got something in the middle too, C6. That's plenty, so that's an idea. Got to start the timer when you thought you started the oven, so everything was good. There we go. Or I can go to my favorite micros. I've got the RP2040 here. Could use that. Or I can use, what's this? Also 2040, no, 2350 mini. So this one so far is winning my desire. I've also got the full size ones. Don't really need those. Or I got something interesting here. I've got an old school. This is a AT Mega 328p, but it's in a small form factor. Good morning, Eduardo. Welcome to the stream. For those of you new to the stream, you can ban the use of AI for 1 minute per $1 USD super chatted. So far we have 26, let's, hold on, 44, 52, 64. We have 64 minutes of ban. And I thought it would just be rolling, but apparently not. So I think we're going to go with this. So this is going to be our microcontroller platform. We don't need Wi-Fi. We don't need all that stuff. So this is fine. This will work. All good. Don't need OLED. Don't need anything like that. So that's good. What is my preferred programming language? None. They all scare me. They all scare me. So far, I know a little bit of Python and a little bit of C++. I'm trying to learn Python, but Python, all of the things you've been told about Python is a lie. So there we go. All right, relay driver. You know what? We might not even need a relay driver. This is the story of a girl, cried a river and drowned the whole world. We might just use relay modules. What do I got? What do I got? This is a 5 volt though. Not about to do level shifting. No, you know what? We'll just drive our own relays. Waffles or pancakes? Waffles for me. Definitely waffles. Like, easiest decision ever. Okay, here's the thing. I have an upcoming board with a relay driver already built. So let's make a module with 2 relay drivers on it on another breadboard. Maybe not a breadboard. Okay. We have time. We have time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build relay drivers on Vero board. So test out relay driver, properties, progress 3, relay, relay. That's going to make the programming interesting without AI. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, we're almost at the coding part, and I only have an hour and something of ban. So it is what it is. This project is going too fast. Yeah, I know. Franco, the mad lad. Okay. Let's see. For my relay driver now. So we want opto-isolated for sure. Let's see. Let's grab some 2 PIC whatever, PC81 whatevers. These guys here. These are PC817s. So we'll grab 2 PC817s, and we will grab 2 nope, not there. 2 N3904s. Uh, 2 N3904. Can you tell I accidentally bought extra 2907s? I bought 200 of these and only 100 of each of these. We will need a freewheeling diode, like so. We can slow down waffles, Mickey D's, French fries. Stop it, I'm hungry. Not very nice. And then we're going to need some resistors. So the circuit we're going to design, we could do it on breadboard. I don't really want to do it on breadboard. No, I want to do it on Vero board. So let's grab some Vero board. I also need to redo the design. So I'm not even going to look at my reference drawings because I've already designed this before. But I'm gonna do it from my head knowledge. Where did my dry erase marker go? It disappeared. Uh-oh. I need a shop assistant. Where did my dry erase marker go? Did anybody see it? Uh-oh. Not a good sign. Everything was going so well. Dry erase marker. Where? Oh, here you are. Found it. Okay. So we have let me think here. Oh, I need the data sheet. PC817 pin out. Okay, so LED. So we're going to grab, there's the pin from the micro to the PC817. And that's the LED. Not very clear, huh? Okay. Okay, so PC817. Okay, and then we're going to want a resistor to ground. Okay, this is the Pico. All right, and then this will power. Okay, now we need a transistor. So we need, so that's the transistor inside. Okay, that means this should be unobstructed ground. That means okay, this, and then a base resistor. So this should be like 5 volts or whatever, or 3.3, doesn't matter. Okay, and then this will be the base resistor. Let's say 2N3904. And then the relay, so relay comes from here, so relay negative from here. So that means we need a resistor here. So resistor there, relay negative there, and then this should just be ground, like so. So that should be the basic circuit there. So there we go. And a resistor going to ground. This shouldn't need a resistor because the relay will have the resistor. The relay is the resistor. So this should be somewhere around like 500 ohms or so. This could also be 500 ohms, and this can be 500 ohms or so. So that should be the relay driver. The base resistor going to ground. Wait, that doesn't make sense. We need a resistor here, because this will be pulled to ground. I'll just look up my other design. Make sure we got it correct. Can't be blowing shit up. Let's open KiCad. Pico spinner, nope. Open recent. ESP32 Grow. Schematic editor. Yeah, no kaboom. So this is correct. No resistor here. Oh yeah, I am missing this resistor. So I got 470, 1K, 1K. So this worked. Okay, so I was on the right track. I was definitely on the right track. So ground, ground. Okay, so I need 1, 2. I need 4 1K resistors, 1 470 ohm. See, I'm missing this one. Because or else this will be pulled to 0 and this will never come up. So relay minus here, and also we have gonna have a diode pointing that way. So that's it. That's our diagram. So I need 4 1K resistors, 1 meg, 47, 15K, 1K. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 1K. And then 1 470 ohm. K, 5.6, 680, 4.7, 56, 68, 220, 27, 33, 39, 560, 2.2, 270, 47K, 820, 22K, 7.5K. Uh-oh, maybe I don't have a 470. I have 390, that's close. 330, 3K, 15, 39K, 560K. 4.7 ohm. Wait, if that's 4.7 ohm, what the hell was over here? Oh, 47 ohm. 68. 4.7 meg ohm. 220 ohm. 5.6, 150, 33K. 15K, 470K. 330. I have 510 ohm, which is close. 100 ohm. 470 ohm is the second last resistor on the side of the LED. Is the infrared LED. No, it's got it on the ground. It has it on the ground side. One, two. So here's the dropper resistor. See, from the Pico through the LED and then through the dropper resistor. You can use SMD. Yeah, I'm using through hole. Okay, so where's my soldering? There's my soldering box. Doing an old school Vero board. Use this big one. Grab 2 of these just in case. Is collector still biased? Yes. Yes, this is actually a known good configuration because I've designed this before. So it's based on my previous design. Okay, so can you put screw terminals on there too? So what do we need? Go 12 volt in. Thank you, Snowman. Okay. can make screw terminals, but let's just try to design this. Okay, so signal comes in. By the way, this is a total waste of time. You know what I should just do? I should just use one of my pre-made boards, because it would work the same. Okay, hang on. Let's put something down. I'm gonna need more coffee. So let's put a poll. Start a poll. Is it cheating to reuse a PCB I designed previously, but assemble a new one? Yes, cheating. Build from scratch. Nope, it's a challenge after all. No opinion. I'm here for the ride. All right, so here's the poll. So vote in the poll, and I will be right back because I'm gonna grab some coffee, and I'll have a little bit of a soundtrack for you this time, so you're not, you guys aren't lonely. So here we go. Let's test the sound. Let me know about if the sound is good. All right, enjoy. I'll be back. And I'm back. All right. Looks like the majority have voted. It's a challenge, so just use what you've got. So that's what we're gonna do. Challenge is to use what Dan has there. If he has PCBs, yep, okay, yeah, totally fine. Waiting for the big show. What's the big show? You mean like the wrestler, the Big Show? Let's see if I can dig through my archives and find a non-populated. I did. Nice. So there we go. This is the board we're going to use then. So this is fused. So that'll work. No opto-isolation on this though. But I did leave all the values on the board, so that's good. And this should be also 12 volt compatible. Off camera. I'm not sure I got it, but that's okay. Was I off camera when I was explaining that? Is that what happened? Excuse me. Some nice coffee here. Out of frame. Am I still out of frame? Am I good now? Wee you. Okay, so let's get some parts ready for this. So I've got some sockets. Let me see if I can find them. Also, I am about to. I'm about to buy some bins to further organize my stuff, so my connectors won't be just like all in one bin. So that'll be a good sign. Oh, this is embarrassing. What if I can't find the parts that fit in that? Uh-oh. So I can't find my sockets or my fuses. Not a good sign, folks. These are fuse holders of a different type. Uh-oh. Oh, here's the fuse holders. So these guys will go in here. So these guys, yes, indeed fit in there. We're only going to need to populate 2 channels. Okay, so that's good. We got these. I think the important part is going to be to find these, because I need at least 3 of them. So let's see. Not looking good. They're a fairly large bag. And I don't see them in here. What's this? No. Which means they could be anywhere. I use them in so many PCBs that I can't remember what the last PCB I did with them was, which means I can't really track when's the last time I used them. It was certainly a long time ago. Not in here. Like at worst we can solder wires onto it. What's everyone saying? Spending a lot of your time searching for stuff. Yeah, me too. Hydro PCB. True, but the Hydro PCB isn't released in a video yet, so I kind of don't want to use that one. But you're correct. There's an opto in that one. We're just not going to opto isolate. Just make sure it's not just in a stack on the side here, which is entirely possible. Let's just hope that the place I'm going to buy the bins have still have them in stock by the time I get around to picking them up, because it's clear that I need them. Oh no, I found some related stuff. Oh yes, here we go. Excellent. Okay, and then just need the relays, which I think they should be easy to find. Here's hoping. Oh. Need 2 of these. 5 volts. 5 volts. 12 volts. All your stuff in a table and a spreadsheet. I think I would spend months building spreadsheets. I think the spreadsheet idea is great. However, when you move something, the spreadsheet would have to auto update, or else for me, it's not very useful. Okay, in you go. Turn on this. These are still functioning. Yep, still functioning. That's good. Let that heat up for a couple moments. So, let's put these back in the 1K. Do I need any 1Ks? No. I need 4 10Ks. And still need 2 470s. You would forget you had a spreadsheet? Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of problems with the spreadsheet, but like, the thing is, at some point, something needs to be done. Something needs to be fixed. Oh, I wanted to put these away. What am I doing? Losing my mind, folks. How was the pause music? Did you guys enjoy it? Better than silence? It's all royalty-free stuff from YouTube's library. But I went and picked stuff I think you guys would like. I thought you guys would like. It doesn't have to be your favorite music, it just has to be like inoffensive. Essentially, it doesn't make you have, you know, bleeding ears or anything. Looking for 10K. meg, 3K. Is 10K gonna be like the last ones? Still searching. What the hell? I don't have 10K. 100 ohms, 1.3K. Oh, here it is. 10K ohm. Like you're in the elevator for a motivational speaker conference. Oh, gonna have to refill my 10K. So let me show you how I refill my resistors. So here's the envelope, right? Keep my 10K ohm resistors. And when they get low, I bought a reel of 1,000 of them. So you have to find the end. Oh, they're all individual. Well, in that case, no, it's not individual. Okay, it's just folded. So you snip it off like that. Put this back in the big bin. Am I going to design a 3D printed box to put that in? Maybe. So the thing is, the sensors have to be far apart, like, you know, a couple feet, so they can't be. Although, you know, I could probably make something where they point like that, they diverge. Maybe I can make a box. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So far, I have 64 minutes of no AI. And it's not going the way I expected it to. So we'll see how it goes. Okay, so let's solder so that Franco can understand. These are high current traces on here, so they're going to need a lot of heat to solder properly. There's no thermal relief. This turned out to be a pretty good idea. Yeah, of course, that was a great idea. So don't spoil the rest of your ideas, because if this live stream is a success, we can always do this again. And there are 13 more responses that we can use. If you use 3 PIR sensors, you have less of a chance of false triggering. We'll see. I think 2 is already good. Because I don't want false non-triggers either. Sometimes think you're in various elevators. Interesting. My freaking eyes are crossing. Staring at this so far away from me. There we go. That's one soldered. This is going to need some time to cool as well. Did I bother marking the distance? Yeah, 90 by 90. I think I could make a case fairly easily for this. We'll see though, because sometimes 3D prints take like an hour. Right, and then there's going to be multiple components to it, and I think it's just a bit too big for the Voron. Oh no, looks like it would just barely fit on the Voron. You can always make a foam board or a cardboard mount. You get vertigo, so any movement or light on screen can make you feel like you're in an elevator. Ooh, that's not good. My grandfather, who passed away, he had vertigo all the time. Like, all the time. Not sure if he's using microcontrollers. I am using microcontrollers. Your Voron looks so big on the printing camera. Then you show the printing platform. Yeah, it's tiny. Yeah, yeah. No regrets building the Voron. But the Centauri Carbon kind of took away all my desire to build the big 2.4. Like, I still want to build one, but I now can't justify the price, because for 1,200 Canadian dollars, I can get 3 more Centauri Carbons, or 2 of the new Centauri Carbons. And I think that's just not, I don't know. I feel like that's not, I think that's too much. I think that's too expensive. Height issues? Ouch. What do you mean, height issues? I mean, also, mark my words, if the Centauri Carbon 2 releases in an XL version, that's at least like 350 by 350 by 350, I am all over it. I do also like the idea of micro-scale printing, but I feel like I want to get a resin printer to print gears and stuff. There's some nice engineering resins. Rather have vertigo outside on the place you expected to in VR headset. I so want a VR headset, but the only ones I can afford right now are the Meta, the Facebook ones, and I do not want Facebook in my house like that. The one I would really want is the Steam Frame, but that's going to be like $1,500. There's no way. For a non-necessity, that's a no way. Also, I checked the tracking number for my mini PC, and it is in Mississauga as of this morning at 5 a.m. So there's a slim but non-zero chance they deliver it today. But more likely it's going to be early next week. Here we go. So that's all soldered. I have to let this cool now because that is hot. Very hot. There we go. Let's see, where's my mouse? Had to be extra slurpy with my coffee. Try to save my viewers' ears by muting my mic. Mississauga is near you. Oh, can you grab it, please? And then just drive it up. I'll give you the 30 cents that Uni is probably making. I have to go up and confirm roof equipment at times, elevator equipment. Warsaw's top of an 18-story hotel with no parapet. Yeesh. Yikes. This is radiating heat. Big ground plane underneath there, and all of the individual tracks. So like, this is a track. This is a track. You can see the division there. This is a track. This is a track. This is a track. Hopefully these relays fit. I can't see why they wouldn't. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, they do. I might just make a VeroBoard adapter to plug in the Raspberry Pi right directly onto here. I think that would be good. Click. Click, click, done. Good. All these terminals. Ooh, toasty. Toasty, toasty. I'm gonna put it that side down. Alrighty. Well, let's let that cool for a little bit. Used to like roller coasters. Haven't done that in a while. Better you than me. Let's just quickly design a base for this. Just because we have to let this cool for another like 5 minutes. And I don't want to stand here for 5 minutes and do nothing. So let's say 99.72 by 99.72. let's say 99.72. Let's go like 100 by 100. 99.72. FreeCAD. Roller coasters make you extremely sick. They just scare the living bejesus out of me. New. Rename. Base. Case. Base. Don't need that. All right. Top. XY plane. Centered rectangle. All right, I said 99.72. So let's go 102 by 102. That's good. Okay, let's close this. Pad that up by, let's say, 1.2 millimeters. Done. And then let's grab this, create a new sketch. And we are going to do a 90 by 90. And we're going to switch this to construction lines. And then we're going to grab this. And we're going to make the bosses. So let's say 8 millimeters. And then 8. And 8. And then 8. Let's bring the bosses up. So we're going to make sure we have about 8 millimeters of play around each hole, which we do. And we're going to bring the bosses up at least the depth of this. So let's say 6 millimeters. Screen close, pad 6. Actually, I'm going to reopen that. I'm going to make a hole inside 4.5. Wait, how big are my heat sets? Drop it in the coffee. Not yet. Heat sets. Say they're 4 millimeter or 5 millimeter. Five millimeter. So let's go like 5.05. Let's just open this up. Close, that's done. Let's grab this guy, make another sketch. And then we need something essentially gonna grab this, and this. We're gonna need a centered whatever. Then this to this. Actually, no. How big did I say it was? Oh, I'm not even on screen. Well then. I think it's 99.75. $99.70. Okay, so I just want it to rest along the inside here. That's okay. It's all right, Franco. 99 point. So just a little bit smaller than 99.7. Let's go 99. Let's go 97 by 97. Okay, and then we're going to grab another one. And we're going to align it there to there, there to there. Close. And we're going to pad that 6 millimeters. There we go. Perfect. So that'll be close enough. We'll send that to the printer right now. Save that. Let's go webcam and then export this. 1 day case base. Yeah, that's good. Prepare. Case base. The case of base. The case of base. Slice plate. That'll take half an hour. So we're gonna send it now. Export. Save. Bring this up. Import. Import this one. Then case base start print. Get a good half-hour print. And back to webcam. Alrighty. All right, let's get some of the stuff soldered onto here. So let's get the relay, the fuse holders. It's 1 and 2. These are custom footprints I made, and they hold it actually pretty well into the board. Ugh. Yeah, the problem is the maintain correctly, ITT. You just don't have any way to prove, to verify whether or not stuff has been maintained properly. And I can tell you, tons of people have told me they do all the maintenance on their car, you know, ahead of time, blah, blah, blah. And it turns out all of the maintenance on the car means they do oil changes. That's not all the maintenance on your car. So people have very different definitions of what well-maintained means. Like people could literally mean, oh yeah, they put air in the tires when they look low. You do all your maintenance on your truck minus the frame repairs, so there you go. So your truck is not safe then, because it has a rusty frame. Oh, that's good. Lifts have to be inspected and tagged. That's a good thing to know. Nope, not done yet. We're approaching. We are at test relay drivers. Following them out. Yes, I know. I know that ITT. But when people are telling you things, they are telling you their interpretation of things. You've clearly never tried to buy a used vehicle because you'll have a car, you know, low mileage, always maintained. And I'm like, oh, low mileage, huh? So have you replaced the timing belt? No, it's never given me any trouble. Okay, but it has to be done every 7 years, and your car is 14 years old, so it's due for its second one. So you're saying it's on the original one. I'm saying there's a big gap in what the reality is versus what people say. Go shopping for any Honda V6 more than 7 years old. And I guarantee you, if they're selling it, they did not do the timing belt. You only trust its certificate? Well, there ain't no certificate of maintenance on most items. Yeah, there is ways to modify the odometer, which also is pretty sucky. A zero service transmission is a misnomer. It just means that there is no interval for the service, but you have to replace the fluid as necessary. I would rather spend a couple $100 in transmission fluid than a couple $1,000 in transmission. But that's me. I've got trust issues. I've replaced you have to replace the timing belt on your truck a couple months ago. It's fun, isn't it? Some models aren't too bad. Some models are very bad. My boss's new diesel, he has a diesel pickup truck. It has a wet, I think it's an oil pump belt that sits between the transmission and the engine. So it has to be replaced at regular intervals. I think it's like 250,000 kilometers, 200,000 kilometers. But in order to do that, you have to remove the transmission from the vehicle. What a ridiculous thing, huh? the wet Ford timing belts. Yeah, Ford is, good morning, HSD. I've been saying for a long time that Ford just shouldn't be allowed to build vehicles anymore. They've had their chance. They've had a good run, but they've decided to make the world's crappiest vehicles. It's enough is enough. Imagine like the economic impact of owning a Ford is probably enough to show up on government statistics. What a piece of garbage. What an absolute pile of trash. I swear, if it wasn't for broken Fords, we would have done... Well, the thing is, with my boss, the majority of our billing hours were fixing Fords last year. And because of that, we are not able to keep up on the maintenance of the rest of the fleet, because when we schedule a maintenance for like a Subaru, we can't do it because they're like, oh, one of our Fords is broken. So we have to prioritize that. Such a pain in the butt. Jetta is in shop now for clutch pedal staying down. Your mechanic is pulling the transmission. Yeah. When you pull a transmission, as long as you don't have like a high performance clutch or something, just replace the clutch. Replace the clutch, replace the bearings, the pilot bearing or bushing and release bearing. If you have an internal clutch cylinder, used to be known as a slave cylinder, replace. You're there. Replace it. Single digit hour timing belt jobs. Yeah. I mean, I think chains are the way to go. But if you have an oil burner, your chains wear. They get longer. So people say stretch, but they don't stretch. It's just wear in the links. And that wear causes space in the links, and that causes the chain to effectively become longer, so it looks stretched, but it's just worn. So you need good oil pressure at all times. And I honestly think, yes, accumulative error, exactly. My honest opinion is I think a lot of oil burning damage is caused by using crappy aftermarket oil filters. I know at Honda, when I worked there, there was no way to prove it, and it became a very bad legal issue. But the main cause of the 2.4s burning oil was that aftermarket filters, the vast majority of them, even from big brands you've heard, they flow perfectly fine while driving, but they are too restrictive at idle. So you wouldn't have proper oil pressure at idle, and that would wear away at things like the oil squirters for the cylinder walls wouldn't quite squirt enough. So Honda was never able to prove it enough that it would be worth the PR nightmare. But I've seen the results. It's true. putting the 10Ks in here. The cheapo aftermarket ones, they use less pleats for sure, because pleats are expensive. The filter material is expensive. So you use less filter material, your filter becomes cheaper. I kid you not. It wouldn't be a Honda design flaw because the Honda filter flows perfectly. Why is it called an odometer? I don't know, actually. Someone needs to Google that. So the Honda filter flows perfectly. It's the aftermarket filters that don't meet the spec. And I bet you the reason why it doesn't meet the spec is because there are already engines that have a very similar spec. Actually, no, I know for a fact there's engines that have a very similar spec. And the aftermarket game is to change as little as possible so that you can fit more vehicles. So if you look, the listing for all Honda oil filters is the same as all Subaru filters, is the same as all, there's like the Ford car filters. There's like hundreds of models that use the same oil filter, but I bet you that the factory specs are different. They just choose the closest close enough fit. And that is causing the problem. I think I have that oil filter. Banana bread is cooling on the counter. Very nice. There we go. From the Greek, hodos, road, and metron for measure. Thank you. Appreciate you looking that up. I don't know if it's correct or not, but it sounds correct, and that's the best kind of correct. And in fact, that's the only correct you need for the internet. It just has to sound approximately correct. Really kicking myself for not putting thermal reliefs on this board. Did you eat? Nope, I haven't eaten yet. It's not quite lunchtime yet. I am no offense to anybody else, I'm just talking about me here, but I am a fatty, so I'm on a diet, so I'm trying to, I essentially do intermittent fasting, so I don't eat from when I wake up until about lunchtime. So I cheat a little bit because I have cream in my coffee. But I need to lose 35 pounds. 7 of which I've already lost. And if I could do math, then, you know, I could tell you how much I have left to go. But that's what my doctor said. In fact, I believe the 35 pounds brings me down to the overweight category. because right now I'm in the obese category. So yeah. Sucks because food is like it's my stress relief, eating food. When I'm stressed, I eat. Yep. Yeah. 3 kilometers yesterday. MT. You lost weight from food inflation 2 years ago, around 30 pounds. Yeah, but you're a tallie. I'm not tall. If you guys ever meet Gadget Reboot, he told me this in private, so I hope it's okay, but he's a beast. Let's just say no women would swipe left. What is it when you decline someone on Tinder? I've had my wife since before Tinder, so I don't know, but no woman would resist a man of his stature. I have a peasant height. We haven't paid the mortgage payment for like at least 3 months, so at some point we'll probably have a problem. Ooh, yikes, that's not good. That's really not good. I wish you the best. Aren't you in Europe? Aren't there like social supports you can reach out to? There are social supports here in Canada. I don't know about 3 months of mortgage worth, but there are some. By the way, I've never met Gadget Reboot, but he sounds like he'd be very handsome as well. Is this still working? Yep, these are still working. Good. Good, good, good. And now, I think this was a red LED that I had set up here. So let's grab a rojo LED. Flexing my international speaking skills. Paid our house off about 8 years back. Best thing we ever did. Yeah, I still have a very long ways to go on my mortgage. When we switched lenders, and we had to add a couple of years onto the mortgage because the new income wasn't the same as the old income. Let's just put it that way. That's fine. I mean, it is what it is. The sad part is, if we were to rent now, we wouldn't be able to live here. So many Canadian Talking Hands YouTubers. Yes, there are a few. There are a few. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Eduardo said fasting works with fat diets. Yeah, it does. Fasting does work. You need to do it with a bit more discipline than what I'm doing. So, like, mine is going relatively slowly. I think it's been 2 weeks to lose 7 pounds. But, like, I'm okay with it taking a bit longer. I'm also exercising more. And I still snack. But instead of snacking on chips and chocolate bars and candy, like is my guilty pleasure, I've been hard-boiling eggs or having apples or having bananas or all of the above. So not ideal, not perfect, but as long as you keep chipping away every single day, you'll lose weight. They can't do anything. Really sorry to hear about that, ITT. Calling you LTT. One and two. And by mortgage, do you mean rent or like mortgage? Like do you own? And who's we? Do you have a partner? You never spoke about if you had a partner or not. Get in there, stick to the bottom. Oh, mortgage for the car. Oh. Oh, okay, yeah. We wouldn't call it a mortgage here. So now I get it. Car loan. Hard-boiled eggs are good too. Slower digestion, yeah. I mean, I do have high cholesterol, so I do have to watch what I eat, but eggs aren't too bad for cholesterol. You love eggs, huh? I like them. I wish I could have, over easy eggs with lots of butter, but hard boiled is the healthier option. Vero likes eggs in dessert. Yeah, Vero hates it when I cook eggs in the house because it smells. The hard boiled eggs smell pretty eggy. There we go. That should do her. Do her. Damn near killed her. Hey, pile of stuff. What's going on? Were you in the chat when you said that? I must have missed you. So let me just bring it back to this morning when I had my special thanks, because at Pile of Stuff, another one of the arbiters of, so Pile of Stuff has seen all of your suggestions. So if you said like, Dan needs to build a death ray to fire at Pile of Stuff's workshop to destroy all of his electronics, then he's seen it. So you better watch out. You make 2K euro total per month. You do nothing with that. Okay, interesting. 2K, huh? All right, so it's really hard to see my, hold on a sec. Properties, let's do 50% opacity. Don't know if that worked. %75% opacity. It's not working. %80? 80% is starting to look good. 80%. There we go. Now you can see a little bit better. Alrighty. Franco, when you get a second, can you post Pile of Stuffs and Gadget Reboots channels into the chat, please, so that the chat viewers can go check out their channels. Really, if they're here, they should just go check out Pile of Stuff and Gadget Reboots channels anyway, but that's neither here nor there. All right, I'm gonna pull off a move here. Yeah, okay, made everything fall. It's okay. Let's pop some fuses into here. So 2 10-amp fuses. Now these fuse holders are pretty shit. The three of us. Yeah. All good, all good. If push came to shove, I would just pick a random one. All good. Appreciate you guys for your hard work. So these fuse holders are a little bit shit. So I find you have to kind of open them up a little bit, or else they bite down too hard on the fuse. There we go. Let's pop her in there. Ugh. One fuse. 2 fuses. Learned that people in colder climates are really good at fasting too. I don't know if my climate has anything to do with it. I just know that I'm a fatty. Had to cough there, and then I also checked my Discord while I was at it. Okay. So, you prefer the SMD fuse holder. I like these fuses. Oh, I like these fuses because they are cheap and ubiquitous. So let's see now if we can trigger these LEDs to turn on. So we need to pop something into the ground. May not have the proper wiring for this. Ugh. Get out of there. There we go. So the relay won't click over. Just trying to think here. Yeah, pretty sure this is completely isolated. I don't know, we could blow something up. Power supply is on, 3.3 volts to the dome. So there is the negatory. Here is the pository. Okay, are we using a bit more current? I don't know. We're using 0, 0, 0. And then let's just link. Ugh. You guys can't see the LEDs properly. I'm just going to shut this. Ugh. Use ubiquitous in a sentence. Yeah, I love the word ubiquitous. However, I do find that ubiquitous is too often used. There we go. See the LED? I don't know if you guys can see it. I'm going to try to. There we go. It's lit. It's lit. Let's check the 3D print. Still 3D printing. Just see it, yeah. So it works enough to say that it works. That's good. So the plan for those of you just joining us is that we have 2 PIR sensors with these 3D printed hoods that I've designed on them. Oh, that's not cool. Yeah, you got to go check out Pile of Stuff stuff. I'm going to be honest, I haven't watched Pile of Stuff in a little bit because I haven't been watching any like electronicsy channels lately. I've been so busy streaming and stuff. All right, so here are the lights here. So the plan is you've got these 2. They're going to go to a microcontroller. We might do a third one. I don't know yet. We might do a third one, but for now, okay. If you are walking into the room, you're going this way, you're going to trigger the bottom one and then the top one. If you are walking out of the room, you're going to trigger the top one and then the bottom one. And so the idea is that when you trigger the bottom, then the top, the LEDs, these relays will toggle on. When you trigger the top and then the bottom, these relays will toggle off. And we might, depends how I feel, we might add another one, a third one, to do error correction. So it'll have to be 1, 2, 3, or 3, 2, 1 in order to do it. So we'll see how I feel. Also, it's going to be lunchtime soon. Let's go grab. I just heard the print is done. Let's go grab it out of the printer. So far, I haven't really had to use my microphone setup that I spent 2 hours setting up yesterday, so that was a waste of time. Okay, here's the piece. Now let's grab the purge. So let's see what we got here. Flip over to this camera. So let's see if we got this right. Yeah, looks about right. So we might do a top piece. I'll have to see how tall the Pi Pico becomes, but I think of the Pi Pico is going to sit around here, and I want it to slot into these holes here. And then probably at the very top, there'll be a mount where these 2 are pointed off into their directions. And so that should work just fine. So we're making progress. We have the 3D printed piece that we're going to sandwich with something else. We can, my soldering iron is hot, so or else I would have set the heat set inserts into there now. Maybe I'll just use my chisel tip and be done with it. 1, 2, and 3. Like so. Enter is 1, 1 and 2. We'll see if they're spread enough. We don't need the 1 and 2. We're going to need 1, then 2, then 3. Like maybe I can get them, 90 degrees separated from each other. We'll see. By the way, it's almost lunchtime and my fat butt can't frickin' wait. Gonna aim for lunch at noon. I need to promote this stream next time. I mean, I don't know how to promote it. I don't have a following on any social media. I made a community post. I don't know what else to do. I was hoping that, you know, it would get pushed to the subscriber list, but it is what it is, my friend. What do you want me to do about it? Nothing. It was even in Scruff Dog's live stream yesterday. So it just, you know, it just might not be that interesting, which is totally fine. It is what it is, my friend. YouTube. On YouTube, you don't get what you deserve. You get what you get. I've always said that. Oh, Scruff is still here. Welcome back, Scruff. I don't know if you've ever left. So it is what it is, my friends. If we get bad views, we get bad views. This project is for me and my viewers, and if my viewers are only who's in chat now, that, you know, it is what it is. What can you do? What can you do when you live in a shoe? Please take at least 30 minutes to eat. I don't think that's true at all, ITT. But either way, this is a challenge, so... Why did that not work? You're working at the shop today. But I'll come, anyways, I'll come eat with you folks. I'll be down here. I'll just mute when I'm chewing and unmute to talk to you guys. Because this is, you know, I'm here to entertain. Hey, you know, that's me. Okay, I think the threads on my heat set are screwed up. Spinning circuit board was entertaining. I tried my best. Since you guys are in the stream, you guys should try to encourage Pile of Stuff to live stream. I think a Pile of Stuff live stream would be incredible. you get a copyright strike? I mean, it could be. Oh, so that might be true, ITT. However, it doesn't matter because I'll only eat, you know, what I set aside to eat. I won't eat anymore. Not gonna do it. Come on, man. Far more intelligent looking when you're heavily edited. I've had conversations with you, you know, during the podcast and before the podcast and after the podcast. You are plenty intelligent even when you're not edited. Knuckle cracking. I am more than willing, Pile of Stuff, to drive over to where you live and be your producer. I'll just claim it as a business expense. And I'll even get just a hotel room. 8 minutes videos have 90 minutes of raw footage. Live is different though. Like, who cares? Look, I'm vamping now. Nobody cares. Okay. So these work. So we can go on to the next step. What is the next step? Let's see. Screen. Done. Code. People enjoy watching your derpy self. People enjoy you. Yeah, I think Pile Stuff would be great on Chimera. Okay, so let's do code. We have 45 minutes before it's lunchtime. So we will attempt to do the code now. Properties for code. Okay, that's good. All the pressure. All the pressure. Kidding. Okay, so opening the Arduino IDE. Give me a moment. Arduino IDE takes for absolute ever. Open new. And then save as. New folder. One day. One day. Alrighty. All right, see ya, Pile. Thanks for dropping by. No, I'm not using Platformio. Not a chance. Subbed way back in 2025. Learning KiCad. YouTube hasn't suggested any videos. Yeah, it is what it is, man. You get what you get. You get what you get and you don't get upset. All right, so let's grab some pins. Hang on a sec here. All right. RP 2040 0 pin out. Yeah, no. The editors had enough. Okay, let's use. Oh wait, I prefer this one. Trying to find like 3 pins in a row. They'll have like UART and stuff. Oh, by the way, Gerald's not blue. Gerald. Rise, Gerald, moderator. All right, so let's go with whatever. I'll go 0 and 1. So just to be fair, by the time we get to lunch at noon, 45 minutes of the anti-AI have gone through. For those of you that aren't aware, for every US dollar, for each $1 US donated to the stream, I am banned from using AI for 1 minute. All right. Constant. Sensor 1 equals 0. Constant sensor 2 equals 0. Oh, whoops. 1. Constant sensor 3 equals 2. You got a badge, yep. Okay, so I don't remember. Oh yeah, defining the input pins from the PIR. And then here, setting up the input pins from the PIRs as input. Gonna have to make a note. I'm gonna have to have a pull down. Okay, that's okay. Pin mode, sensor 1, input, pin mode, sensor 2, input, pin mode, sensor 3, input. Have a good one, ITT. Thanks for being here. Okay. Defining the output relay activation pins, const int out1 equals 3, const int out2 equals 4. Setting up the output relay control pins as output, pin mode, out1, output, pin mode, out2, output. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That's good. What else do I need to set up? I think that's good. Setting the outputs to a known state, low, off, digital write, out 1, low, digital write, out 2, low. Okay, that should work. All right, so now we want to do non-blocking code. So here is the logic we could do. if I open examples, basics, blink, should there be, a blink without delay? Yeah, here. Blink without delay. Check to see if it's time to blink the LED, if the difference between the current time interval. So what I'm trying to do here is we want to build a sequence. Okay, hang on. Const defining toggle for relay status. Can I go const bool? Is that a valid? Really cheap to make this with lasers instead of IR these days, but you need like a back. You need to have a backstop, right? Mirrors. Wow, that would be some hella tuning. You're correct, but that would take some pretty crazy tuning. Variables. True, false. Data types bool. Oh wait, it can't be a, wait, I'm an idiot. It can't be a constant. True or false. Check my battery pack. Oh, yes, thank you. How's it going, Abdel? We are doing a one-day challenge. Franco Walker in the chat has challenged me to make an infrared system that knows when I enter and leave my filming location and turns the lights on and off. So that is the plan right now. I don't know, Billy, I don't know enough about state machines to be able to commit to that, but I will do my best. And also, I'm not allowed to use AI. For every $1 US dollar spent on super chats in the stream, I will be banned from using AI for 1 minute. And so far, I am serving the 62-minute ban right now. So that's how much has been sent so far. So that's what we're doing. Switch case may work well for the state control. I have to do this from my head. more or less. So yeah, I'm gonna do my best. So let's go. Have to think about this. So first thing I want to do in the loop, let's do this in pseudocode. Let's do it in pseudocode so I understand what's going on. So first thing I want to do is to set light state. Right? I want to set the state of the lights on or off. So that's the first thing. Actually, first thing I want to do is stabilize the PIR. Stabilize PIR. Okay, this will be like a 5-minute delay to let the PIR stabilize. Okay, so that's the first thing I want to do. Then set light state. Probably want to set the light state first. Okay, set light state. Set the relay to on or off. Okay, so I'm doing pseudocode right now, just to get myself into the throw of things. Okay, now we want to check enter. So if we trigger if sensor 1 triggers, check if someone, check for entry. So we're checking if someone walked in. We also do check exit. If sensor 3 triggers, check for entry. Okay, and then once that's done, it'll loop back and set the light state. Okay, so let's work on stabilize PIR. That should be pretty easy. So this is going to be a void stabilize PIR. Okay, here's a defining a variable to check to see if we need to stabilize PIR sensors. Okay, that'll be bool initialize needed equals true. So we want it to initialize. Okay. And then we want to set the const int initialize time equals, and that is in milliseconds. So we need 60, so 5 minutes times 60 seconds times how many milliseconds? If person has walked in, go to endless while loop. Yeah. Here, 5 minutes 2 milliseconds. I won't look at the AI. Okay. So we need 300,000. Setting the time needed to wait to 5 minutes in milliseconds. Good. Okay, so void stabilize PIR. And then open bracket. Okay, so now we're going to need that blink without delay. Examples, digital blink without delay. Welcome back, Franco. So we need some variables set up for non-blocking delays. So here we go. Unsigned long previous millis 0. That's already done. And in the loop, we're going to grab this. In the loop, setting hang on. Can't do that in here because I need it to be accessible to everything. There we go. Okay, setting the current milliseconds. Setting a variable, setting up current millis to equal to current millis. Okay, that's good. Might do a tuna melt for lunch. I'll have the broccoli bolognese, which should be pretty good. All right, so once we're in here, we're going to see if, what's the do while logic? 50 bucks. Thank you, Curtis. This, that was generous and a pain in the butt. That makes 37 minutes. Thanks a lot, Curtis. I appreciate it. Plus 37 minutes. 37 minutes. Curtis, Ireland. So I will have served, so let's say that's 1, 9, 10. So that makes 101 minutes. And I'll have to reduce it by 45 once I get to lunch. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Curtis. You're the man. Okay, so do while functions. That's me right here. Is alpha. Do while structure loop setup. Do while syntax do. It'll do it once though every time. Exception the conditions tested at the end of the loop. Okay, so I need a while loop. While. Thank you, Curtis. Have a good one. Okay, so here we go. So while initialize needed while initialize needed equals true. Okay, it'll test this loop, and then here, I'll just use a regular delay here because it doesn't matter. Delay. Uh, 300,000, so it'll be initialized time. And then initialize needed equals false. So this should work. So this should work. I don't see this not working. I mean, I could ask you guys, but you guys would probably try to confuse me. Okay, and then set light state. Void set light state. Okay, and now what we want to do is if so if now we have a toggle here. If light state equals false, digital write, and we have out 1 and out 2. Out 1 low. Oops. Digital write out 2 low. And then else digital write out 1 high, digital write out 2 low. So I think that works. Not yet. I haven't gotten that far. I'm doing my very best. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do it. But no, I don't have a... So far I've done these two. So these are going to be the hard coding challenges, essentially. Okay. Function that ensures that on startup, the PIR sensors get a long delay to stabilize. Default 5 minutes. Light state function that flips on or off the output relays according to the state of the light state variable. Okay, so those are done. Now this one. You can make stabilized PIR non-blocking. You already have done the non-blocking. Yeah, I'm not 100% comfortable on how to like properly exit the loop or whatever, so I'm just going to do it the way I understand it. Yes, this is C++, John Doe. It's Arduino C, but it's strongly based on C++. Okay, so now the big thing is, how do we check, right? What's a reasonable amount of time to check when the PIRs have triggered? So this is the big deal. So this is the part where I'd usually use AI to help me, but I'm banned from using AI because of super chats until well after lunch. So let's try to do a block diagram. Okay, so we have AI, yeah, if the ban ends, right? So Curtis, so I'm at 101 minutes of ban, and after my lunch, I'll be at 45 minutes off of that. So anyway, so let's say we've got sensor A, B, and C. So A points that way, B points that way, C points that way, right? So what I want to code is that when A triggers, okay, we check if B then triggers, and then if C triggers. So A, B, and C in that order. If so, that means the person is walking in this direction. If, however, C triggers, then B, then A, then it's because the person is walking in this direction. So if they're going in this direction, I want to turn on the lights. If they're walking in this direction, I want to turn off the lights. So we can check the state. We can trigger this with a state of A. Right? When A goes high, we then have to check B. And once B goes high, we have to check C. And then when C goes high, we then have to check, we then output, we turn on the output. And then the reverse would be, we check when C goes high, we then have to check B. when B goes high, we then have to check C. And then when C goes high, then we can turn off the outputs. Now, here's the question. How much time is reasonable to walk across all three sensors? So probably under a second for from one to the other. So let's say under 2 seconds. That's possible too. That's possible too, but let's cover it in code. Oh, sorry, A. Okay, so how we can enter the loop is we can go if A is high, okay, and B is low, and C is low, then start timer. Okay, so if A is high and B is low and C is low, start timer. 2-second timer. Okay. So then if 2-second timer is active, check B. Okay, check B. If 2-second timer plus B is high, check C. Then if 2-second timer and C is high, then turn on lights. And at any time the 2-second timer breaks, it will shut off. It'll stop this loop. So I think that's decent pseudocode, and it's enough for us to try it. This is enough for it to try it. John Doe, I would love to. I don't know enough about checking truth tables in code, because I am banned from AI for another little while. So this completely depends on A to get hit first, correct? And then we can redo the same thing, but replace this with C, B, and A, and then that'll be the opposite logic. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to anybody? This is just, by the way, this is just me writing pseudocode. This is just me. Pseudocode just means this is not code, but this is how I want my code to act. If A fails, does it fail on or off? I don't know. Because so far it's just been chilling here and it still works. I don't know if you can see the light. It's just been like chilling here and working. We may have to add a delay. May have to make sure, oh yeah, make sure. Here, someone will have to remind me of this after lunch. Make sure not to toggle relay more than one time per minute, let's just say. Someone will have to remind me of that. It will probably work on this before we go on. So yeah, I might have to take a lunch 5 minutes early, simply because I have to go to the washroom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write here that I have to minus 40 minutes. And so we are going to be at 61 minutes remaining after lunch. I will break for lunch right now. I will be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. I'm just going to heat up my food. Oh yes, my camera battery. That's true. Franco told me that actually, and I didn't do it. I forgot. So let's check the camera battery. It'd be nice if I had a multimeter. Oh, it's right here. What a nub. I'm just going to check. That's still on. Yeah, don't touch that. Just so you guys can see it. 3.7, lots of juice left. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to excuse myself for like under 5 minutes. I'll put some waiting music for you guys. And I'll be back. I'll bring my lunch here and I'll have my lunch with you guys. So I will put on the waiting room music and I will be right back. I'm back. Hopefully you're enjoying the hold music. This is my lunch. This is broccoli bolognese. So it's essentially spicy sausage, red pepper flakes, broccoli, rotini, some Parmesan, and where's my mouse? And a little bit of butter. Thank you, thank you. You hate broccoli. You're lost. Oh, I forgot my drink. Don't need to pause for that. Just gonna go grab it. Broccoli is amazing. It's one of my favorite vegetables. Ta-da! Pepsi Maple Cola, 0 sugar. Welcome to the stream, Paul Vale. We will be resuming the light switch project, doing the code shortly after I'm done eating here. Try not to be too big of a piggy. YouTube keeps telling me that the audio is too crap for the stream, but it's because I'm muted while I'm eating. I guess I could play a little bit of music in the background, but it is what it is. Hey Kevin, welcome to the stream. Yes, I have stopped. It became a big source of anxiety trying to get episodes done every 2 weeks, and I was trying to reach out to people, and turns out my emails were going to the spam folder. So I was just like, you know what? Forget it. I'm not saying it's going to go away forever, but for now, it's not. Yeah. What is the blocky, this thing? Ugh. This thing, it's a 3D printed vise. So it's just holding the PIR sensors that I'm using for this project. Awesome, Kevin. Well, I'm glad you're listening to them. I don't know what the podcast would look like if I were to restart them, but there'd have to be some structural changes. Like I could make a once a month one or something. I don't know. It's tough because there's a lot of people who like them, but you really kind of have to be a podcast person to listen to them. And so even though I got like 1,000 views per episode, it wasn't enough because only like 25%, 30% of them were on YouTube. The rest were on Spotify, where I don't have ads or anything. I also never put ads in the middle, like never any mid-roll ads. So they were making me about 10 cents an episode, but that's about it. Welcome back, Paul. Yes, these are the recently printed vices, correct. Whew, I'm gonna bring this back upstairs. That's all the food I'm gonna have until like 5 o'clock today. That's what happens when you're a fatty. I have to lose lots of weight. Gonna just check real quick if I can find if a package has been delivered. No. No package has been delivered. All right, that was a good lunch. So, I guess now it is time to get back to coding. Let's see, what time is it? 12:09. So, 1 o'clock. Nope. 1:09, 1:10. 1 o'clock. 1:10, I'm allowed to use AI again, unless we get more donations through. No Porch Pirate issues, thankfully. Yes, so add a time delay. So, set light state. We can wrap this all in a block. So, let's try non-blocking delays, set up a delay for toggling the relay. Long last toggle equals 0, and then setting up a Boolean to see if we are allowed to toggle the relays. Bool allowed true. If toggle allowed equals true, toggle allowed equals false. There we go. That should work. Okay. So now let's do check if toggle allowed void check if toggle allowed toggle, oh, last toggle equals millis. Okay, now here, if last toggle how do they do it? Minus, okay. Last toggle plus last toggle plus current millis plus current millis. Do I need a set of brackets here? Is smaller or equal to, just smaller than wait, last toggle, that's the millis. I think I got this wrong. If current millis is bigger than last toggle plus set up a delay time for toggling the relays. Default 60 seconds in millis would be 1, 2, 3. Right? Const int toggle delay equals 3. So plus toggle delay. If current millis is bigger than last toggle plus toggle delay, then we want toggle allowed equals true. So that makes sense, right? So if the current time is bigger than the last time it toggled plus the delay, then it is true. I think that's good. I think that works. Okay, done. So only toggle once a minute max. Okay, done. Stabilize PIR is done. All right. Okay, so now let's work on the check enter. Okay, so the pseudocode. Thank you, Locke. I don't feel like it's going well, but yeah, I guess I can do it. I am not doing it with best practices. And to be honest, the Arduino IDE doesn't have very good syntax highlighting. So I don't know if any of this will run. And I will definitely get errors right away because I have all these things that are half written. So here we'll do if digital read, was it sensor 1, equals high, and then there's the and over here, and Reference operator. I don't know what that means. Don't know what's going on. It's just an AND. That's a bitwise AND. Logical AND. Okay. So if this and two can I do this? Is this doable? Sensor 2 equals low and digital read sensor 3 equals low. Let's bracket this, bracket this. Hopefully that works. We'll grab this, Control X, tab this in, Control V. So we have this block. So if all of this is true, as high, low, low, this is emergency coding. Yeah, put a counter up for entering and counter down. If counter equals 0, not sure. Check enter. We'll have to blank off this. Actually, here, let's just see. Let's just see if this verifies. Expected close bracket. Close bracket. Why would there be a close bracket here? Like close parenthesis? That's from this. So open, open, close. This is open here. Open, open, close, close. Open, open, close, close. Open, open, close, close. I think there might be missing one. Oops. Let's see. As a coder, I think he's doing well. Really? Seriously, Kevin? That means a lot. Thank you. What? It actually worked? Okay. Okay. Apparently this is valid syntax. Okay, let's do it. So at the start of check enter, let me just check my pseudocode again. Ugh. God, I'm so old. Okay, pseudocode. So if A is high, B is low, C is low, we start a 2-second timer. So that's what we need to do. Start a 2-second timer. Then we check if the 2-second timer has not run out and B is now high. Then if that passes, we check if a 2-second timer is not run out and C is now high. So we really need that 1, 2, 3. So A, then B, then C. It is true, Lockwatcher. I've been putting a lot of effort into coding. It's just, you know, I guess until I have a hiring manager look at my resume and decide that I'm good enough to code with them, then maybe I'll get it. Okay, so we need to start this 2-second timer. So that means we need a variable, which probably is okay to do inside here. So we'll do, is this a tab? Yes, it's a tab. So unsigned long enter millis equals millis. Okay. Then we can go into my if. So we just need the 2-second timer for use. Setting up a timer to use to check if someone has entered or exited. So this will be const int presence timer equals, let's say, 120, 1, 2, 3. Default 120, 1, 2, 3 milliseconds. I should probably save this, huh? Okay, so now there's a while loop, right? We looked at that. While condition. So while smart managers look for people to show initiative, willingness to learn, and ability to stick with the problem. Memorizing syntax not nearly as important. Yeah, that's true. But like, I have been working on this for a good 40, 55 minutes or so. So I don't know if that's fast. It feels slow. Just checking something real quick. Okay, so while, okay, enter millis we won't get exactly 2 minutes, but I mean, this did update here. So I think that's good enough. So while enter millis plus presence, is it presence delay? Presence timer No, that's not what I'm... While current millis plus hang on a sec. What am I thinking? So we have a current milliseconds right now. So the problem with all this is it's not going to come out of this loop. It's not like it won't be able to come out of this loop to update current millis. But I can do it inside here. Okay, so I have current and I have enter and I have the timer. So the enter plus the timer. So while current millis is smaller, while current millis is smaller, so while the current time in milliseconds is smaller than the time we entered plus the 2 seconds, then we can check if the B went high. We can check if the B went high. Now, if digital read sensor 2 high, then now we need to do another while loop. Okay. If digital read sensor 3 high, your friend in Florida was trying to get a job, could not get in the door, contacted the outside company that handles hiring. They use an example of how people cannot get I'm not sure. So this is inside here. I'm going to current millis equals millis. So we're going to update the time still, which is good. And then when we get into this, I'm going to do that again. Current millis equals millis. So I'm going to update the time again. But now what do I actually want to do? So this says check enter. So there should be a toggle. It should have a toggle. Toggling. Initialize time. Light state. So I'll set light state to true here. Into the company because of the requirements. The example paid off. The company had required a certain college requirements they didn't have. Yeah, that's shitty. So that's how it happens a lot of the time over here. Which is a little sad. Okay, so I need to walk through this. So let's say noon is when we enter. Current time is noon, right? And so we enter this, and then it's noon. Enter time is noon. Okay, so noon is smaller than noon plus 1 minute. So that passes, comes down to here. Then it checks if the sensor 2 is high. If it's not, it'll pass over this and that'll just kick out of the loop. That'll kick out of this. But then it'll still be high, it'll come back into here. So if it comes back into here, that means that this will be re-triggered. Digital read syntax. Friday, one of the recruiters suggested if you can't get into the company you want, get a job at the employment company that does the hiring. So if it re-enters, is that a big deal? Because that resets the enter millis. I mean, I'm at a point where I just have to try it. First of all, let's check syntax. Okay, something wrong. 122. There's no line 122. Something is wrong. Line 106. Read. Oops. Okay, hold on. I have a couple of mistakes here. Presence, timer, SE timer, presence, let's re-verify. Before void, oh, whoops, that was a mistake, verify. Okay, so too many arguments in this function. Oh, okay, I'm reading this wrong. Syntax is wrong. If digital read sensor 2 equals high. That was my bad. Digital read sensor 3 equals high. Okay. That is a mistake. Digital read sensor 1 equals high. I was missing this. Equals low. Start a 3D print of your pipe gauges, replacing the ones that were lost. Yeah, you're right, Tanish. So I do have a problem. So my problem is that if this hasn't become high before, like if we don't catch this, we are going to get booted out, because this means we'll have to toggle. No, I read it. I just didn't read it out loud. When you got your job fixing radios in the 80s, didn't ask for qualifications, sat you down in front of a broken amp, said fix it, so you got hired. Sadly, it doesn't work like that anymore. You need to start a 3D print your pipe gauges, how long you fix radios. I read everything. I read it, I just didn't think it was, like it wasn't something I had to reply to. All good, all good. Okay, so what do I want to do here? So instead, I'm going to have this toggle something on. I'm going to have to toggle this thing on, and the toggle will go away in 2 seconds. This is getting very complicated. I'm not a good coder, so I am not a thing lock. I didn't utter a word. I have nothing to say. There you go. Okay, so I have a problem. Is that this 2-second timer, it's starting to become a lot to track here. So my problem is, the way I've written it is that you need this to go in, But if it reads B is not active, it shoots out of the loop. And then once it shoots out of the loop, if B activates while you're outside of the loop, then it won't ever go back into here. Perfect scenario to use a global state variable and program in a state machine pattern. I mean, I like the idea. Tanish? Do I just call you Tanish? But I don't know if I have the brain power to follow it. So that should be 1:10 p.m. I would like to work my way through it. Okay. Here's the other problem I have with coding, is that I don't write elegant code. I write very long way around code. So it's difficult. It's difficult for me to wrap my brain around. Like, I wish I could call you Tan for short. Sounds good. Thank you, Tan. So this is taking a lot of my brain power, because this is not something that works well in my brain. Okay, so what we do is if A is high, B is low, C is low, okay, then we flip check int equals true, and then we will reset that to false. Reset that to false whenever, like after 2 seconds. Okay, I just realized, hold on, my constant has a mistake. I wanted 2 seconds, not 2 minutes. So this constant, it should only be 2000. So that was a mistake. Okay. Also have a variable that increases when someone enters and decreases when someone leaves. That way the variable is over 0, lights on. Okay. I appreciate you all, but my poor little brain can't handle it. Okay, so let's do this part first. We will toggle a check enter and check. So, okay, so here's the goal for right now. So we do if A up, B down, C down, then toggle a Boolean, and then after, and then 2 seconds later, toggle it back. That's what we're going to do. Why? Because I went hard mode. Because it should correct more errors. It should pick up more errors. Okay, so toggle allowed, toggle delay, that's all good. Also 60 seconds. If it was 6 seconds, it would be there. Yeah, okay, we're good. Okay. Okay, presence timer is good. Let's get rid of this. The check enter. Oh, I don't want to get rid of it. Okay. Oops. Yes, no, that's correct. Okay. Check enter. So this will come out of there. That'll go into there. It'll call that every single time. And now, two is for and exit timer. Bool check enter equals false. Bool check exit equals false. Yeah, but just in case to trigger, I understand what you're saying, Eduardo, but I think it's more reliable at 3 sensors. It's my opinion. By the way, in 15 minutes, I'm allowed to use AI, unless we get more donations. Okay, so this should enter just fine, and now we would flip check enter and check exit. And presence timer. Timer equals, oops, not presence timer. Here we'll do current millis equals millis, so we get an accurate time, but also we will get millis. And then check enter equals true. Time for a beer. By the way, thanks for being here, everyone. I know the coding portion of this is probably stressing you all out. Check enter is true. Then I also need to make a function check timers. All right, so let's do the timers. void check timers if you let me finish a couple AI queries first. If okay, so check timers I've got now. I've set enter millis if enter millis plus presence timer, presence timer is smaller than current millis. Okay, I'll bracket these to keep them together. Wait, is bigger than. Okay, if noon plus noon and 2 seconds is bigger than the time right now, then we'll toggle the whatever this was, check enter equals false. And then we'll put another if exit millis plus presence timer is bigger than current millis, then check exit equals false. Okay, that should work. Now, so now I just need to do okay, so the timer can be removed from here. Don't need the timer in here anymore, but we'll just check if this is true. You're grabbing a cider, huh? Homemade smoothie. Look at you guys. You all have great stuff. I just have my maple Pepsi. Oh yeah. All right. So don't need the timer. Okay. So, all right, so A has been on. How do I check B? Okay, while, first of all, we know we want this check enter equals true. So while that is true, so essentially we want each, just try state variable approach once, it'll simplify all the logic. I don't, so you, 10, you're you're telling me to try it, but I don't know if my brain can get around it for right now. I wish I could explain how difficult my learning to code journey has been. Well, check enter equals true. So here's what I think I can do. So I think this is good. This is done. So I want to okay, so if I make an int tracker, for example, if this so that toggled true, so the A came in. Is the light switch controlled via relay? Yes, it is indeed. Welcome to the stream, Nate. So if int tracker equals 0, then here, I just go tracker equals 1. Then we check if, so right now it equals 1 coming in here. So int tracker equals 0, yeah, that's fine. And now it's worth 1. So we go if tracker equals 1, then check digital read. So read, so B high, and then tracker equals 2. Then if tracker equals 2, check if C is high. What's the current problem to be solved? So we have PIR sensors. Okay, A points like this, B points like this, C points like this. So the goal is we want to check the order at which they turn on. So the timer has already been handled outside with the Boolean toggle here, because this is all in a do. This is all in a while loop. While Boolean equals true, whatever. So if this triggers first, then this, that means your person is walking into the room. If this triggers first, then this, that means your person is walking out of the room. So that's what you solved it without even searching. I mean, I'm going to try this, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So while the check enter here, and I'll do an enter tracker. Setting up 2 integers to the state of entry or exit. So int enter tracker equals 0 and int exit tracker equals 0. Kind of like a pub sub system. I don't know what that is with the while loop. Thinking you can make a data structure with object you want. Sorry, that's too advanced for me, Nate. That's way too advanced for me. Okay, so while check enter is true, okay, and also we need to set here check enter is also enter tracker. Enter tracker equals 1. Let's wrap this in an if enter tracker. We need to protect this because if enter tracker not equals, what's the not? Actually, and if enter tracker equals 0, we're going to wrap this just because we don't want to mess with the state. While enter track, okay, so this will only run while the check enter equals true. So if enter tracker equals 1 and digital read sensor 2 equals high. And I know I need to bracketize these. Best with this, I've had an experience building PRS sensor for making small DIY scale version elevator system with a stepper motor. Neat. All right, Gerald, have a good one. Thank you for being here. Yeah, yeah, I know, but you know, I'm doing what I can here. Okay, so if enter tracker equals 1, sensor 2 is high, then enter tracker, then enter tracker equals 2. Else if whatever, I'll just make another if. If enter tracker equals 2 and where's the ampersand? And digital read sensor 3 equals high. Enter tracker equals 3. And then we can and then how do we toggle? So now we know enter tracker is 3. So now we made it to the 3. Probably mid. Yeah, classes are a bit over my head, Nate. I'm learning them in Python right now, but it's a bit much for me. Okay, so now we're at enter tracker 3. Now we can just light state equals true. Don't really need to track the enter. Can get this back to 0. And then if, oh, that's still in the while. It's still in the while loop here. Let's get out of the while loop. If check enter equals false, should it turn on? I have no pets or babies. I missed something. 10. Just wrote missing a piece for the magic. If enter and high, return true from the check enter function. I don't know. Look, this is taking all of my head, so I kind of have to do this in a way that I understand it. If check enter equals false, then enter tracker equals back to 0. I think I can safely delete all this shit. It's not fasting, it's coding. I am very not good at it. I am very easily overwhelmed. And this is a lot of stuff. ELSIF online 132. It should be. I'm doing if because it's easily for me to compartmentalize. So basically, it'll check this, and then it'll check this, and then it'll check this. So it might be a little cleaner to do it the other way. Speaking of which, I am allowed AI now. So unless someone wants to stop me, thinking I do not want you to code anything for me. I am also not fussed about being 100% great production code. I just want you to double check my logic, comment on what I have done. Here is the plan. I have 3 PIR sensors feeding to 3 inputs on a RP2040 0. Yeah, so many possible states, but that's okay. So far so good. It's not beyond my ability. It's just I'm going to be tinkering for a while. There are 3 so that I can track the direction of travel with few mistakes. Sensor, if the sensors get triggered in this order, 1, 2, 3, that means the person is walking into the room. If they get triggered in... Have you tried a Karna? I have no idea what you're talking about. They get triggered in the opposite order means person is walking out of the room. Walking in should trigger the relays high. Walking out should trigger low. And there should be decent mitigation for accidental firing. Let me know what you think. Coding skills are like 1 out of 10 to max of like 3 out of 10. You can get without doing multiple. Yeah, it's above me, my friend. Nice, very impressive start. Solid, much more reliable than just using 1 or 2 sensors, a few logic traps, the infinite loop trap. Your check enter function, you use a while check enter equals true. The issue, once sensor 1 is triggered, the code enters this while loop and stays there. Never go back to the main loop to update current millis or to check other sensors. Change the while to if. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Narrow window problem. PR sensors have wide field of view. By the time you're in the view, no. Two, 3 seconds enough to stabilize. Computer will throw an error saying doesn't know what those are. Haven't created them. Really? Oh, okay, true. Setting up variables for enter millis and exit millis, long, enter millis, equals 0, unsigned long, exit millis equals 0. Okay, fair. Okay. Yeah, timer ran out. It's 1:24. I was done at 1:10. So it is what it is. But most of this was done without AI. Which is nice. So I feel like I just need to add the check exit function, and then I'm good to go. And then we're going to move on. Let's see if it verifies. Stabilize PIR. Yeah, I could actually just put a 5-minute delay at the very start. It's kind of true to do that. So that's kind of true. Just gonna add a delay. Stabilize PIR. For stabilizing the PIR sensors, initialize time, void setup, delay, time. Okay, let's see if this verifies. Gemini, any good? Shutting down your ChatGPT account? Yes. Gemini is the best. Oh, can you not have the same name? Redeclared as different kind of entity. Okay, I didn't know. Check enter. Funk. Funk. Customer pays you to use the best is currently Claude. I think I disagree. You've been using AI quite a bit. Favorite AI? You answer with, yeah, Gemini. Gemini is so friggin' good. I've had issues with Claude. I just asked the exact same question to Gemini and it wrecked it. It destroyed it. It was awesome. Okay, so now I just need to copy all this, reverse the logic, check exit func. I need to check exit func. Don't need these anymore. Okay, if check exit equal true, then exit tracker 1 and digital read sensor 2 equals high. 2 if exit, exit domain knowledge Claude is great at pinpointing the knowledge area you're looking for. I guess I don't know enough to tell you for sure. Let's say equals false. False exit. Okay, anything that says enter here, enter, exit. Okay, that should be good. And we should grab this, right? This is the open. This is the close. Low, high. What sort of field I have none. The real skill is being able to ask the right question. Dan seems to have that skill. I do have that, I think. Exit millis equals millis. Check exit equals true. If exit, I am fully self-trained, and I'm pretty tired of being shit at code, to be honest. So I'm trying my very best. But like, I do what I can. Like it has any errors. Will it work, do you think? Thank you, Franco. But I feel like I'm not where I want to be in coding. When I'm able to get a job, then I will believe it, you know? No, no. Nate, that's not even close to true. In check timers, timer. Is smaller. Yeah, you're right. Ah, can you buzz off? Smaller. Smaller. Oh my god, it changed it all back together. Oops. Exit. Still checking if sensor. Yeah, fuck off. Let me do this. One thing people hate on YouTube is posers. So don't pretend you have more knowledge than you do. That's all. Inside an if toggle out equals true. These are just details, though. I don't think I don't have to change that. Just go for it. Yeah, definitely go for it. I agree. Go for it. Connect 4. All right. I need to... I don't know when the last time I've been there was. A couple days ago. Just answering a Google thing. Okay. So, I need to go to the washroom. Once I'm back from the washroom... Thank you, Anant. I definitely need practice. But, like, the thing is, I've never worked... You guys have no idea. I've never worked so hard to try to understand... By the way, all this is pre-AI. I've never worked so hard to try to understand anything in my life. And it's so incredibly difficult. Like, I've got 2 weak spots in my life. One is math. The other one is coding. It is incredibly difficult. Like, very, very difficult. And I'll be really honest, my learning started accelerating once I started getting AI. Because, right, if you take this as my, like, learning graph, I was, like, down here. And then I would ask, like, a coder a question, and I think it would stall me. I'd probably go down a bit. I would ask questions, and it would stall me. But now, since AI, because I can start bugging it so much, I could, like, really shake the tree of knowledge out. right? So I think AI has helped me code a lot because I keep completely I keep completely poking it and poking it and poking it until I understand. Whereas if you ask a regular coder has so many, especially like I'm going to be, I don't want to call out anybody, right? But I think the people I ask coding questions to think that I know more than I know. They give me way too much credit, and that's a problem because I always end up with more questions rather than answers. So yeah. I should have made a video today, was adding a second device to your Home Assistant, asked an AI, and now my existing device is gone. Nice. Also opens the scope for part 2 of the video if you make mistakes. Personally, just love those types of videos. Yep. Not a lot of people do, though. You'll see your second videos will do worse than your first ones, but I do get your point. Anyways, I need to go... pee break. I'll be right back, folks. Forgot to turn my mic on before turning off the music. Oh, I still had coffee left. Oh, just a little bit. Perfect. I'm so hungry, guys, it's not even funny. Okay, so
let's upload the code to the Arduino, and then we will check it out now. Funk Soul Brothers right about now. This eraser leaves all sorts of fluff on my board. Okay, let's get into it. Arduino. Oh yeah, we probably should design a top for this. Maybe we'll just press fit on top, so it'll be much simpler to design. Okay, Arduino. Arduino? Oh, Arduino. Arduino. Thank you for the welcome back. Here, I'm gonna see if I can hit the boot. Boot here. Yes, that did load. I'm going to upload. Seems to have uploaded. Okie dokie. Let's pop that onto there. I can pop it over here, in fact. We need a third sensor. Ugh. Getting ready to build a second NAS system from your low-cost PC and 6 4-terabyte drives. Might make a video. Yes, do that. That sounds awesome. Okay, so got my PIRs still working. I need to get a third one. That was a close encounter of the turd kind. Say something in the chat if you know where that comes from. Oh. So here's another PIR. We will put the little hood on it. Where the hood at? I'm not going to continue that. Been using TrueNAS with great success. I bought a license for HexOS. There we go. Bought a license for HexOS, so my NAS runs on HexOS at the moment. It is a basically curated TrueNAS scale. And the experience has been literally like one button setup, and I haven't even thought about a NAS in, well, since I installed it. So it's been doing absolutely its own thing. Plus in the middle. Negative on this side. And output, which will be the brown. Ugh. Okay, we will grab one of these vices. Okay, we will power, ground, then put another, I don't know, say there. Move this, let's say there. So the only thing is this one's now bouncing off the metal here. Here, I'll move it so you guys can all see. Okay. So need another LED to prove that this is working, because we've got trust issues between us. Okay, and then very finicky. Okay. All right, so there's 3 LEDs. Let me shut the light here. Ugh. All right. So 1, 2, 3. Hey, how's it going? Drunk from work? Yeah, better late than pregnant. $14 reduce Canadian. 14 is 10. Will go $11 American. Okay, so now we're at 0, and we go plus 11 minutes of no AI junk from work. There we go. Thank you very kindly. No, we're gonna use 12 volts on these relays. 12 voltengens. All right. So again, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Low power, yeah, 12 volts. Okay, so now we need to get power over to the micro, the mic row. What a jerkhole that guy is. Anyways, I'm not gonna get started. Don't like mic row. Not a fan. Ground. Okay, power and ground has been achieved. Now we picked pin 0, 1, and 2. I believe you can hook the relay outputs to some additional larger relays. No, they're fine. They're fine. GR is still here. Nice. All right, so 0, 1, and 2. That'll be 0. That'll be 1. And this will be 2. Trying to frickin' see here. Zero, 1, 2. Like so. Okay, now the output pins were, certainly made a name for himself as a narrator, yeah,
I just find it funny that he's a Hollywood actor, and he denigrates all the people who quote unquote refuse to get dirty. 3 and 4. And he says, yeah, you can, I don't know, everybody can just be a millionaire if they just, you know, pick up, be a garbage man. It's so easy to become a millionaire, just become a garbage man. And it's like, no. Anyways. So here's the outputs. So we're going to check the state toggles for the outputs. Okay, so here is 1. And here is number 2. Now don't worry about the lights triggering. They have to trigger every time you move them, they trigger, but we're still 1, 2, and 3. We're still good. And also, I don't remember when I plugged in the RP, but we also have to wait 5 minutes before we can see any results. Have you tried to log outputs to the console? No. There's 1, and there's 2. So already a good sign. These are not supposed to be on. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're going to wait a couple minutes. Just keep a record of states. No, I haven't. I have not. Naught times naught is naught. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait 5 minutes. I could lower the waiting time, but 2, 3. But we'll give it a little bit. Current draw would be low, but do those LEDs have resistors? Yes, they do. The resistors are built into the legs. Ugh. So this is a method I stole from Julian Eilert. It's essentially a resistor that replaced the positive leg of these LEDs. Makes it much easier to breadboard them like that. 2, 3. Might be too slow here. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I'll have to give it, okay, it is 1:56. Let's just wait until 2 o'clock. And at 2 o'clock, if we can't get it to trigger, could be backwards too. If we can't get it to trigger at 2 o'clock, then something is wrong. It should be. Power is on the 3v3. Yes. And ground is on the ground, unless these wires are boogered. We have a 5-minute startup time because PIR sensors need a couple minutes to stabilize themselves once you first power them on. So that's why.
We can keep trying, but basically until it becomes 2 o'clock, I won't be sure if we accurately did it. I don't know also if you can see the lights come on. 2, 3. The LEDs. Oh, we got an output. Output is toggled on. One of them. Don't know why the other one isn't on. Let's see if we could toggle it off. 1, 2, 3. This way. 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, we have to wait 60 seconds now to see if we can toggle it off. Give me a second. Can just shut this light too. Hang on, let me turn down the luminosity a little bit here. Properties, configure video, brightness. Exposure, no, okay. So let's see. Oh, it turned off. Did I trigger them? 1, 2, 3. Don't know if it's that simple. Use the dimmer? Well, no, I just have to change the camera control. So we also have to wait a minute between triggering. For some reason it flipped on. That's weird. So that's on. This should be off. 2, 3. Can't get it to. What's the goal again for the LED? Well, we want it to turn off. Okay, let me start from the get-go. So we have relays, and in order to turn on the relays, we have to go trigger, trigger, trigger. So trigger, trigger, trigger these sensors in that order, because that means we're walking into the room. To turn off the relays, we want to go trigger, 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 because we're walking out of the room. Okay? And the reason why we want a minute between toggles is because we don't want to burn out the relays. Oh, you know what's happening? What's happening is it's cycling on and off depending on where. Okay, I know what's happening. So we're toggling it off, but it isn't toggling off until the 1 minute has passed. So let's wait a minute and see if we can toggle it on. So the Boolean is switching, but the relay is not, the output is not, until the 1 minute delay has finished. So let's wait a minute. So I'm going to look at 202. Actually, it was 201. So 203. And then I will trigger them in order, and then this should turn on. You need 2 loops for this use case? No, I don't think so. I think we got it. I could remove the delay while debugging, but
if this works, then I'm just not going to redo it. It's that simple. I'm just not going to do it again. We won't upload any more code. Still 202. At 203, we will try it. Still 202. Watching paint dry here in the Simple Electronics YouTube channel. What if use TTP223 touch sensor instead of PIR, then it would become inexpensive? No, thank you. But anyways, the project is not my idea. The project was user submitted. Okay, here goes. Here goes. So it's been a minute. Watch this. Let's trigger it. 1, 2, 3. Nope. Hasn't done it. Hasn't done it. It's not triggering on. Thank you, Kevin. Another 10 minutes. So you're going to make me debug this. Oh, it turned on by itself now. You're going to make me debug this by myself without AI, huh? Yeah, maybe I wrote it wrong so that it waits a minute. Okay, so it's 2:04. Adding 60 seconds each movement trigger. Hold on, give me a second. It's 2:04. I owe 22 minutes of no AI. So that is 2:26. At 2:26, I am allowed AI again. Okay, so let's try to see what's happening here. So everything has to be low to trigger. Okay, high. And we will, if we have to upload any more code, I'm just going to so let's just check 60,000, oops, I need this, 60,000 ms to seconds, make sure that's 60 seconds, yep. Let's go 6 seconds. Presence timer, let's increase this to 3 seconds. So we have a little bit more time to trigger the pattern. And the initialized time, we will move that down to, I don't know, let's say 1 minute. Okay, so let's see what happens here. So if toggle allowed equals true, set light state, yeah. Last toggle equals millis, yeah, because we toggled. Oh wait, this no. This is wrong. Hold on. This is all wrong here. Check if toggle allowed if current millis is bigger than last toggle plus toggle delay. This is wrong. Okay, first of all, this should go up here. X. Okay. If toggle allowed equals true, set light state. These things should come up here. These should go into toggle allowed. Okay, hang on a sec. This should go in set light state. Set light state. See, we are coding now. Yeah, again. We love the pain. You're used to it. You've been a mechanic your whole life, yeah, sadly. Toggle allowed equals true. So this is bad. Something is going, so check if toggle allowed. So toggle allowed should be false. No, toggle allowed equals true. So immediately it sets the last toggle. Line 110 is wrong. No, it's not. Oh, it is. Well, that explains why the other one wasn't working. So the problem is it falls into this toggle allowed. It always falls into this. And it shouldn't always fall into this. And the reason why it shouldn't always fall into this is because it should only check if we want to toggle. It should only check if it's changed. So we should call set light state when we toggle something, which is light state false. No AI, that's true. Okay, hang on a sec. I'm just gonna grab a drink real fast. So that's funny because Gemini didn't pick up on it. Okay. The Maple Cola Pepsi with the 0 calories because I'm a fatty. All right. Okay, so I think I'll take this and chuck it in here. Let's okay, so what did I copy? So if current millis, we don't need the toggle allowed anymore. Don't need this anymore. Don't need this anymore. So if the current millis are bigger than the last toggle plus toggle delay, so it'll do that first, and then it'll wait, and then this doesn't need it anymore. Okay. Let's verify, see if it works. Are you muted? I shouldn't be muted. Shouldn't be muted at MT. Oh yeah, I'm like overweight. Sorry, obese. BMI scale. BMI standard. 5'9". Right now I am at 208. I was at 215. Obese. So if I get down to 190, I will be overweight. 180 still, 170 still, 169. 168. Technically, I need to be 168 pounds. So that is not going to be easy. I'm going to start with 190. Wait. No, 180. So my plan is to get to 180. So I'll be at the bottom end of overweight. Yes, that will bring me 35 pounds down. That is huge. Oh. Okay, let's upload this code. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to fry anything. Let's just power this off. I'm going to hit the boot. Okay, upload. Upload. So we're going to have a whole minute to wait.
Uploading, 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 uploading. Done uploading. Ugh. Okay, so we're resetting everything. Everything is off. I'm going to turn on the output on the power supply. So there's the PIRs going nuts. You have to give them a little bit. Okay, we're going to wait a minute. Mic power status, I have, but I can do it again. We will check. I have another battery ready to go. Another cell, sorry, for the pedants out there. It is dropping significantly, 1.641, but hopefully I don't have too long left. £168. Yeah, I don't know what it is in kgs. Okay, let's just see if we can trigger it on. 1, 2, 3. Hasn't been triggered on yet. Wait, I feel like I made a mistake again. Yeah, true, MT, thank you. I do appreciate it. There we go. So it's on. Now we're going to wait a minute, and I'm going to see if I can turn it off. I know you guys can't see very well. I'm sorry. I shall do it now. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, it turns off. Okay. So we're flipping the state. No matter what. So we're going to wait a little bit. Let's see if we can do a false trigger. There's the middle. There's the other end. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3. Hasn't toggled on. It did toggle on, so it took a little bit. I think it has to wait until the 3 seconds are done. Let's see if I do it again. 1, 2, 3. That code makes very little sense. No, it was made by me. Gemini didn't make any code. Gemini just double-checked my code, that's all. All right, let's try to turn it off. 1, 2, 3. Then it'll wait the delay. Off. It works. Can you hype this live stream? I have no idea, dude. I truly don't know. 1, 2, 3. It turns on. So it works. Right now, it's working. And then we'll do a 1, 2, 3 again. Oh, that's on, so it won't turn off, but this way will. 1, 2, 3. Off. There we go. It works. This functions. It really doth function. Okay, so we need to build this into one of these. Probably set this down. Guess I'll get a smaller one. Yeah, I'll get a slightly smaller one. So I want to plug that into there. And then we'll put a lid. And then we should be good to go. Okay, since I need to 3D print a lid for this, let's design that. Send it to the printer. So I got a 3D print. So make a lid, send it to the printer. Make a circuit board. Audio is cutting in and out. Seriously? God damn. Audio is fine for Vero. I'll keep an eye. It could just be YouTube, because this stream is now 6 hours and a half long. Okay. So here's a plan. We're gonna breadboard. We're gonna breadboard this. We're gonna pop it into. Okay, we're gonna make a lid. Jesus Christ. Make a lid for this. Breadboard. This. Pop it onto there. Put the lid on. Fix the things at the top. Buffering issue or something. You're on cellular. Yeah, that could be. And then we'll be good to go. So that is the operating plan. So, yeah, let's do it. Let's design a lid and send her to the 3D printer. Now, I reserve the right to not make a lid, but I like you guys and I want to try my very best. And since it'll take a while anyways, we might as well send this to the printer. Oh, let me move forward. So copy. Code is done. We're on to assembly. So progress 5. Assembly. I might be done before dinner. Wouldn't that be crazy? That would be crazy. Anyways, I don't want to jinx it. Okay, so new body, rename, case, top. Okay, we're gonna grab this thing and create a object binder to there. And then we're going to create a sketch. This plane. Create a sketch. Oh, cancel. Wait. There we go. Select the binder top. Create a sketch. Okay, we're going to make a centered square. We're going to grab external geometry from there and from there. We are going to, not coincidence, we're going to make that there to there, let's say 0.05 millimeters. From there to there, 0.05 millimeters. It'll be a tight fit. Cannot find the hype button. Yeah, I don't know. If Vero joins you there, the lights will go out when she leaves. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so now I want this, and I want this dimension 99.7,
We want a little bit bigger, 7.5. 99.8. Let's go 0.8. Okay, and then this dimension, 99.8. Should sit just inside there. And how tall do we need this? Have a good one, Franco. Thanks for being here. All right, let's not screw myself over by going too short. So I want this. Say 30 mils tall. I've made a mistake though. 30 mils tall. Actually, no, it's fine. So close. I want this padded 30 mils tall. That's good. Okay, now grab back the binder. Actually, we will erase the binder. We'll grab this, make a sketch. Get back the binder. We're going to grab, actually, not the binder. Not the binder. Okay. Going to grab external geometry there and there. And then we're going to make a square. We're going to make that coincident to that, that to that. We're going to make another square. We're going to make the distance between this and this be 1 millimeter. Yeah, probably fine. This and this, 1 millimeter. Okay, close, pad that. I don't know if that worked. 2 dimensions. So that is 30 mil. That is 6 mil. So that's good. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. How many steps are there now? There are 2 steps. So we're doing assembly and then we do the final tests. Then we are done. So sorry guys, I am a professional YouTuber. Don't let me forget it. Okay, so that works. Now we're going to grab this surface and we're going to make a sketch. Then we're going to bring in this and this. Then I'm going to make a square. And then this to this and this to this. And close, and then we're going to pad this up. Going to pad this up like 1.2. We'll go 3 millimeters. Okay, so that's our, so far that's what our lid's looking like. Now we need to pick up,
so in the middle of one side, we need to cut out. So 72, let's go 75 wide. So we're going to cut out 72 by 14. 72 by 14, right from the middle.
no, the audience is judging. 72 by 14. Pick up a sketch. Sorry, I'll go like 77 by 14. Okay, that's, sorry, 75 by, let's go 17. And then this and this. Whoops, sorry, professional YouTuber. This and this, like so. Okay, that's good. And then I need to go
90 degrees clockwise from there. Need to go, so let's say 36 by 17, 36 by 17, and it starts 45 from the edge. 36 by 17, 36 by 17, 36 by 17, so like this, 17, 36, and oh, and then this edge here and this distance, oh, can't do that, this distance 45. That's good. Okay. And do I need any other holes? Indeed I do. So I need 3 mounting holes for my devices. For my PIRs, I'll put them along this axis. So here we'll go 5.05. Okay, never mind. Okay, 5.05, 5.05, 5.05. Okay, we will mount the, we'll mount the turrets there to there. Oh, that doesn't work. There to there. And then there to there. There to there. Okay, no, there to there. There to there. And then distance. Grab this guy to here. I don't know.
30 millimeters, and then this guy there to there, 30 millimeters. Oh, there to there, there to there. There. One DOF still. What is not? What is not tied down? I don't know what's not tied down. Whatever. Close. All right, and then make a pocket. How's it going, M Subtane? Like Dawn? Huh? Do you wait for the print to be done to end the stream? Well, the print is going to be done no matter what before the stream is done. I don't know what this is. Delete. 2 DOFs. Oh my god. Okay, now that. This to there. 30. This to there. 30. Fully constrained. Good. All right. Pocket. Through all. There we go. Okay. Think I'm good. First of all, save, then export. Yes, export. Case top. Yep. Bring you back here. Prepare. Case top. There we go. Flip it around. Slice plate. 1 hour. Open SCAD is kind of a strange 3D engine for CAD. It feels like a lot harder. If you would use Windows, I would go with Solid Edge instead. FreeCAD is free. So that's why I use FreeCAD. It's free and open source. I will admit it has definitely hurt my productivity, but I am learning it. It is incredibly powerful for what it is, like insanely powerful. So I am stubbornly sticking with it. Send it. Your goulash was excellent? Awesome. That will slide on the top. So what it'll do is it'll just clamp onto this. Oh shit, there's one slot missing too. Give me a second, give me a second. I can't really cancel the print on this. Stop. Forgot to add a slot behind these. Say 10 by 65. And then distance to here. Oh shit, nope, needs to go the other side, this side, because they're gonna be pointing off this way. So distance to here 10. There we go. Close. Pocket. There we go. Webcam, file, export, case top, V2, back to here, prepare, get rid of this, case top, V2, auto orient, slice plate. FreeCAD drives you crazy, I know. Fusion did something and it just screwed my entire account up. And so I haven't been back since. I was like, I had enough. No more. Okay, 57 minutes. Screen. V2. Start print. Send it. Did it purge? This is my question. I'm just going to check if it printed a purge line. Because if it printed a purge line, I need to take it off. Do I have enough filament? Barely, but I do. Yeah, it's good. Okay. We're good. But yes, FreeCAD is a little obtuse to use. I definitely agree with that. But it is what it is. All right, back to webcam. Okay, so that's going to do its thing. Let's get a smaller breadboard than this. Let's see. Soldering. Sad part is Linux plus CAD is difficult. Linux is just difficult. Nothing works right on Linux first time. And yeah, so see that that was the thing. I wanted to get away from subscription services. I just don't want any subscription services. Just not interested. I've had enough of subscription services. Before I make a horrible mistake here, well, using Windows will basically be a subscription. Yeah, well, we'll see. Oh God. So the V-in, the VCC pin is connected to my 12 volts. Good thing I checked that. Okay, so we need to power everything separately. Channel 1 and 2. I now wish I went with channel 3 and 4 just to have this over a little bit. It is what it is. Okay, so all right, anyways, get out of there. Ugh, okay. Am I making a fuse tester? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking of something. I'm not going to put it on this.
I'm going to dead bug it. I'm just going to grab this. I'm going to do my 3 volts and grounds to these things. And I'm just going to dead bug it. That's all I'm doing. Screw it. We're doing dead bug construction. Because why not? Okay, so that being said, all these relays always makes me wonder how easy it is with dual MOSFET setup to control this. But price is just too nice for these. Yeah, well, I mean, MOSFETs are quite simple to use too. I like relays personally because it offers you free isolation. Right? You could do 100 volts if you want. What do I want to do here? I want to chop these. I don't have any good choppers though. I'm going to dull my knife if I do that. Knife dulling it will be. Relays to give you great isolation, yep. There we go. Okay, excellent. Now, I want some 3-pin female headers. We want ground power. We want 4-pin. I have to sneeze. Can you hear the micro shavings? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to solder these on like that. Let's turn on the iron. Strike while the iron's hot. Siemens makes a free version of their CAD software. Yeah, apparently it is horrible. William Osman in the Safety Third podcast was talking about how it seemed to be designed by somebody whose plan was to give everyone carpal tunnel. I did now go for the heating circuit switch. 16 amp, 230 volts, plan with the MOSFET. Good luck. I don't do high voltage, it's a bit scary. Like mains voltage. And by the way, don't let me yuck your yum. If you like using whatever CAD package, use whatever CAD package. The best CAD package is the one that lets you get your work done. So if you need to use Fusion, do it. I'm just maybe how would you say that? Maybe I'm naively doing it, but I am just taking a stand against subscription software. And my goal for the long term is to learn coding well enough to contribute to Fusion, to FreeCAD, and hopefully make it a fantastic piece of software that we can all be proud of. Because right now, It's a fantastic piece of software for the price. And I really would wish it didn't have that qualifier. Try a real CAD package coming from Blender, but since everyone keeps changing the terms of service so often, yeah, see, that's another thing. FreeCAD, no change in terms of service. As is, where is, you get what you get and you don't get upset. The engine behind Fusion and SolidWorks is basically the same except for the GUI clicky interface. Okay, I haven't tried SolidWorks, or I've worked with Fusion for years and years, but they changed everything, and then it got to the point where I couldn't understand what I was supposed to do to be able to work on my projects anymore. I couldn't even find them. So I was like, you know what? Tired of this shit. Going to FreeCAD. Hate subscriptions. Yep. Yep, my Fusion subscription was free too. But can you imagine how much negativity you need to deal with in order to cancel a free subscription? And that's what happened to me. I got so frustrated. I was like, enough is enough. There we go. Okay, so the plan is,
Do you mind if I turn on the dryer?
do what you need to do. So the plan is, this is going to be my power rail. So I need to solder the ends together. I'm going to actually try to cut these again. Try to snap it. Have a good one, Luck Watcher. Appreciate you being here. Need another pair of pliers. Onshape as the people were simply annoying, getting a paid version, downloading everything, step and deleted everything. Yeah, Yeah, still a lot of my projects are stuck on Fusion. Well, I'm glad you got some stuff done. That's awesome. I really appreciate you being here. All right, so now I got to join up all these things together. Maybe I can zoom you in. There we go. That's one. So you see I'm trying to bridge all of the connections together. Kind of difficult to do. I find this bit of a pain in the butt. Really should have used a piece of copper. I think I might have ruined it. It's not gone well. Hey, welcome back, ITT. Yeah, not great. Not great. Okay, we need to extract a little bit of solder. Someone found a nice thing to buy to make some custom PCBs just for trying concepts. Migraine's still there. That sucks. You dislike point-to-point soldering so much in dealing with PCB? Yeah. I don't have a CNC router. Actually, I do, but it's not in any state ready to do anything. So here's where I store my assorted lengths of wire. Should have small, thin pieces of solid copper in here somewhere. Custom build or something bought? Good question. Oh, I have a 3018 CNC.
That's the one I have. It's just not, I haven't even really worked with it ever. I'm gonna try my best not to slice myself open on live YouTube. How much longer do I think? Hopefully just over an hour. So what time is it? 3 o'clock. So hopefully like 4 o'clock. Code is done. Which was kind of the big challenge. Now we're just, I mean, you don't have a lot of connections to do, but I'm doing a dead bug style circuit board. Probably going to use the glue gun to stick parts together. And then the print should be done. Spring engraver, something about laser stuff, just a little expensive. God, I wish I could afford a laser. That would be amazing. That's what it's looking like so far. 2 wires. V-bit cutter and flat cam. Yep. Oh, by the way, we bought lottery tickets this week. So maybe the next live stream will be from my mansion. It'll be difficult though, we'll see, because Vero and I have to both agree to what mansion to buy, you know? So it's not simple. Okay, now for this side, this is the output side. So I'm just going to link well, that was dumb. That one's not supposed to be all together. I don't know if I'll be able to pull those apart now.
There we go. Okay, so ground, 3.3 volt, and these need to be linked left to right. Shop and the bench will still be a mess. Hey, that's not fair. It's correct, but it doesn't mean you have to go and say it. Ouch. Do you know solder is hot? All right, have a good one, Locke. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. You know what, might just be easier to bridge those two. Really making a dog's breakfast out of this. Come on. There. Done. So let's just check. Put the beeper on. No shorts. Good. Perfect. So, I will plug all three of our things in there. So we'll have power distribution. So it goes like this. So it goes ground, power, ground, power, sensor. It goes ground, power, sensor. Then you're telling us to pay a little bit more tax to the government. It's kind of you. You are telling, use. Have a good one, Billy. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Telling us to pay a bit more tax to the government. I'm not sure what you're saying there, ITT. And there. And there. So that's all 3 sensors installed. Okay, and now basically we are going to grab these 2, right? Ground and power like this. That, and then we're going to solder a wire here, ground and power, and they will go to the micro. I paid some taxes. Yeah, Ontario does that. I don't remember what fund it goes into. Okay. So that's good. These are powered. Now I just need essentially to send power over to the micro. By use of some wires, and then jumpers over, and then jumper over all the signals to the micro. If I can find the micro. Okay, here's the micro. Okay, so yellow, brown, orange. Those are our 3. Just need male to female. Breadboarding. We are almost done. Male to female. So just need a brown. Oh yeah, we'll have to solder some female jumpers here. 5-pin, and I'll have to link the ground also to this to power up this. Okay, so I have to wire 2 grounds. So let's put a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pin. Let me undo this. Should unzoom you in, huh? What is going on here? That insert really isn't correct. Something wrong with it. Threads are all boogered up. Maybe they got some solder on it. Okay. So let's solder a header onto this. Two, three, four, five. That's a 6. Need a 5. We're almost complete. Probably should set that up in the soldering vise. Turns out I picked up a 6 anyway. Ah, whatever. In it goes. There we go. Not the prettiest solder, but solder nonetheless. All right, so now the ground needs to go 2 spots, which is not ideal. This is sketchy, very close. Oh, that's a wire. Okay, we're good. Still freaking close, though. A little scary. So yes, the ground needs to go more than 1 spot. So we need to... Really, we should have done 1 more row. But it's too late for that. So we need to tie it to there too. How many grounds on this? 1 ground. Volt ground here. Yeah, either way, only 1 ground. Oh well, we'll make it work. So this can be like stuck like this, upside down. It doesn't really matter. Just can't touch any of that. In fact, I was going to hot glue it. I don't think that's necessary. I think I just stuff it on a glob of blue tack. Blue tack that down. And then we're going to need to... I need another one for reference. I guess, oh, here's one. Okay, so get its 3v3. So get a male to female. That's male to male. Look for a couple male to females. Actually need a bunch of male to females. So, oh, I did take out an, okay, so 1, 2, 3 will be yellow, brown, and orange. So yellow, where's brown? May have knocked it off the table. That's not good. Is this brown? No, that's gray. Yellow, brown, and orange. I don't want to put the orange. Do you guys see it? Do you guys see brown anywhere? There's a big ass brown. Oh, it's like a gray. Well, close enough. Here's one. Oh, that's male to male. Dang, damn it. Where'd it go? Will there be magic smoke in the stream? Hopefully not. I'm going to be honest with you. If I let the magic smoke out, I'm going to be quite discouraged. So, if I let the magic smoke out, the stream may not end, like may not have a good ending. Personally, cut your PCB when you've finished to solder everything. Well, sometimes you gotta live a little, you know? I will probably regret it. Okay, I don't know where the brown is. Hang on, there's a bug in here. Let me just get rid of it. Come on, you're coming with me. Get rid of the bug, find the missing brown wire. Bug be gone. Okay. Here's the update on the 3D print. If I can find my mouse. There she blows. So getting there. Time-wise, we're looking at 15 minutes. So let's see if we can get this all wired in. Okay, I need a male to female. I'm afraid these won't fit through the slot though. Gonna have to wait till I get the lid. Anyways, brown. Brown. Male to male, male to female. So yellow, brown. Orange. Okay, and then the two outputs, they need to be female to male as well, because we're going into here. So okay, there we go. So channel 1. And channel 2. And then we need to tie the ground, but before we tie the ground, we also need to ensure, so we're going to solder a male to male onto here. He didn't pay for the magic smoke tax, $10 per, well, he did pay quite a bit. I was pretty thankful for that. It's not like he didn't pay anything. Okay, so we are just waiting now, 15 minutes. We have to figure out our ground. We need to figure out our ground. How do we ground a couple things at once? I guess we'll just use a female to male. And then we'll just solder more wires. Not a big deal. So the ground is here. Oh, that's male to male. Little directionless. Little directionless. I guess we can get some wires to hook onto this from the power supply, get the second channel ready. So let me see here. We need to go from banana to terminal. Let me look if I got the right terminals. Gotta have them somewhere. If not, we're just gonna use alligator clips, to be honest. What's this? That's too big. This isn't long enough. Let's see. For some reason I cut these wires. What's this? That's a ring terminal. Yeah, so I guess we're just gonna make do with something. So I've got this guy we can shove into there. How's it going, M Subtane? Okay, so we need to V in and ground. Oh, and I have some lights that we can use. Nope, these are not that. Okay, hang on a second here. My education circuits, maybe? Oh boy. 2:30, yeah, it's late. It's 3:30 here. What do we got? Let's see. Got this nice big bulb, but I think not really, won't really work. What do I do? I'll figure out something. If I have to make custom wires, I'll make custom wires. It is what it is. Okay. Still need to figure out a ground. Figure that out soon. So ground is here. Oh, that's very loose. I don't like that feeling. This can go to the 3v3. That's here. Right? Yep. 3v3. And that can connect onto this. We can just solder that. Bing. Just like that. Yep. Waiting on a print. It's almost done, actually. Second cam. There it is. Looks like we have 7 minutes left. But I can do more things here. I should be doing more things. Okay, let's grab a female to male. It'll be this. Yeah, that fits like butthole. Okay, that's better. Okay, I'm gonna chop this. It's gonna be the world's thinnest wire, I'm sure. Ugh. Okay, now we need one more wire. Male to female, preferably. Need that one. Male to female, preferably. You guys know that female means Iron Man? Okay, male to female. Cut this one. Yeah, you guys are no obligation to stay here, although I do appreciate you guys being here. I was going to 3D print some holders for the sensors, but I think I'm just going to blue tack them. Ooh, hear that? We're getting close. I hear the final layers. Okay, there we go. Grab a little bit of heat shrink. Where has my heat shrink gone? Should take black really, because it's really a ground, but that's okay. I have nothing to hold this. Overall, folks, what did you think of the stream? Enjoyable? Boring? Never do it again? Do this every year? Do this every quarter? What do you guys think? Don't really have the same dexterity as Big Clive has here, but give it a shot. There we go, it's soldered. Not super well, but good enough. There we go. First timer, nice. You've enjoyed it. Thank you, HSD. Got really confused by a setting home assistant named Summer. Turns out it was the Swedish word for buzzer. Wow. Okay, so ground is here. Ground is here. And then we're just going to solder this ground. Essentially, okay, we need to find a load. Where did my amber bulbs go? I think they might be in my automotive box. Let me go check. YouTube flagged the word orange to be approved by a mod. Weird. Maybe because you used way too many Orange You Glad I didn't say banana jokes. Yes, here are some amber bulbs. I just don't remember now. I don't remember if this is power, ground, power, ground. No, these are all powers. Okay, screwdriver. Also, 3D print is done. I'm gonna go grab it in a moment here. Screwdriver. I think the LTT screwdriver is on the other side. I'll go see if I can grab it. Second camera. Oh boy, am I ever getting tired. That's a long ass stream. Plus I didn't eat very much. Take a little purge. Like so. There's a little lid. And LTT screwdriver, are you here? Hello? Nope. Damn it. Where's my screwdriver? Screwdriver. Don't know where my screwdriver is, but I just want to check this for a moment. This mess of wire and just cram it in there. There we go. It crams in and it fits. Fits enough anyways. Okay, now to get these through here. I think there's a fat chance of that. That's 1, 2, 3. So okay. So we're going to set these all up. Yellow. Brown. Orange. There we go. Okay, we're gonna stuff this. Ugh. Gonna stuff this down here somewhere. Oh wait, we need to solder. Let's turn off the power. We're going to solder the ground onto here, and then our power. Soldered. Okay, now we just need to solder the power. 3v3. need to apply solder, but might have to just pre-tin it. Okay. Okay, so it goes yellow, brown, orange. Please remember that. Yellow, brown, orange. Yellow, brown, orange. That's an extra, doesn't need to go anywhere. Should be 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Missing 1. Come on, get in there. Doesn't really want to close now. I'm not waiting an extra hour to print another chunk. The wires are not flexible enough. Okay, new plan. Literally pipe cleaners. I am going to, I don't know, glue them somewhere. So let's flip them in half. I'm going to literally stick them down with hot glue or something of the sort. Oh, that's embarrassing. The ground wasn't in the ground. I'm going to stick them down with hot glue, and then they're going to do it. And then we're going to make sure it works. And then we're going to be done. By the way, I know I have been going for 6 minutes shy of 8 hours now, and I want to thank everyone who's been watching. YouTube keeps pushing me to get some advertisements up here, but I think that's anti what I'm trying to do here. So if you guys like the stream, like the fact that there are no ads in the mid-rolls, no mid-roll ads, then please consider subscribing. It is always a big help. So I don't know if that's going to be strong enough. Probably not. It's not very strong, very floopy. Now what? Chicken butt. Has to be kind of stable, because or else it doesn't have anything to habituate to. Let's see. Should have some dowels or something. What's this? Nope. You don't want the 2 cents from the YouTube ads? Speak for yourself. Oh. Here's my screwdriver. It was here the whole time. Here's the dowel. If I could find a couple more, should be in good shape. I did use a lot of these dowels up. There's a popsicle stick with some glue on it. Come on. Here's a hot glue stick. Oh, second dowel. Just need one more. Okay. 3 dowels. Yeah, you have to speak for yourself. A couple cents from AdSense is pretty nice. It's not like millions of dollars, but it's more than zero, I'll tell you that. All right, so if we fire the beams same direction we were going before, so we'll stick these, actually just stuff them in there. One, two, and 3. And just face them in slightly different directions. That'll be good. I can actually snap them in half. Wish I had something a bit more variable. Hang on a sec. Thinking. What if I just do this? 1, 2, 3. Won't really reach. Close. All right, let's see. So yellow first. So yellow, black, nope. Yellow, red, then black. It's like crazy silent here now. I think I actually have an idea to hold these. Should have O-rings. If I just stuff an O-ring over that. Or just tape. I could just tape it. All right. 1. Next one is brown. Oh no, I don't. Yeah, I don't think it's worth more than the value of keeping the viewer. But I do. That's why I'm just asking. You know, if people enjoy it, then I would really appreciate them hitting the subscribe or commenting or those things, those cool things. One, two, and then we'll plug in number 3. So third one is orange. Yep. Orange, you glad I didn't say banana. Orange. Red. And black. Okay, I'm going to tape it over here. So we should have a decent spread now. Just need to point like slightly in different directions, like that. So that's good. Move this over here. Now all we need to do is we need to connect to power and ground here. And then my lights to here. So let's do that now. So here's number 1. Now it's starting to look like something you'd make. Wires everywhere, trying to keep them falling over. May or may not still work. Yep, yep. I have to admit, it's getting kind of late, right? 4 o'clock. And I've been at this for a while. And if this fails, if it like bursts into flames or whatever, I'm going to have to pause for a little bit, go for a little cry, and then see what we can do to fix it. Don't feel like disappointing my viewers. Okay, so now need to get 12 volts, so channel 2, V set, 12 volts, enter current set, 1 amp, enter. All right, need some wires for channel 2. Channel number 2. Some thin wires I made. Probably won't hold on to that, but we'll try. Pause for the fire brigade and then resume. Don't turn the ESP sideways or software might fall out. It's Pico and it's upside down. So all the electrons are going to fall out. You know what? I'm just gonna use some alligator clips here. Not too concerned. Oh, my poor back. Let's find 2 sets of alligator clips. Where, oh, where could my alligator clips be? Here, these will do for 1. So here's 1. Oh. Really engages sparks fly. That counts as turning lights on, I suppose. But that'll be up to the viewership. So that's power. Need 1 more for the gronda. Chibenya Navabishaba. I am getting a little loopy. I feel like I've used more energy than I usually use. And I've eaten less food than I usually eat. So I think could be why. Because I'm trying to drop some weight. Try avoid a spider web of wire. Yeah. Let's see if I can get this in. Okay, so let's power on just the 12 volts. So power is on. We have no smoke, which is good. Let's power on now the 3.3. Okay, and we're just gonna give it a moment. So we have a time delay here. This is. Yeah, Spaghetti Monster. Welcome back, Gerald. Okay. So, essentially we're going to have a minute to wait. And then we're going to try to go yellow first. Yeah. Going to try to go this way and turn them on. And then we're going to try to go that way and turn them off. And if that works, then we jump to a poll on whether or not I have, you know, dealt with the spirit of the question, and we'll go from there. So let's give it a shot here. I don't know if it's been a minute, but I'm going to try. Don't know yet. Let's try it again. I don't know if it's timed out. Both are on. I don't have the little indicator lights to tell me if it's on. Why? Because I have I've given the time for the inputs to stabilize. Need serial debug still? I hope not. Okay, let me just double check everything. So out, positive, negative, out. I think that's positive, negative. I think that works. Let's try this again. 1, 2, 3. Since forever. They always needed to stabilize. Okay, let's just do our... Well, the ground is not connected, so that is one thing. The 12-volt ground was not connected. Ah! It turned on. It turned on. Okay, so just give it a moment. I'm gonna give it some dead time. So both these. Oh, this one's not on. That could be the bulb though. Hold on, I just want to see if the socket is on at the moment. So here we go. That to there. Okay. The relay seems to be a dud, or one of the solder points. I'll check that out in a moment. Don't know if we got it to turn off. 2, 3. I don't know. I did hear both click though. That's weird. 1, 2, 3. Off. Okay, so we got it off. This is very warm now. I don't know why this is not getting power. I'll have to check that. Okay. Let's just try it again. 1, 2, 3. On. There it is, it's on. Still don't know why this one is not clicking. I'm gonna just make sure. I'm gonna give it some time. I don't remember how much delay I put. Off. Okay, I'm gonna check See if it turns back on. I don't remember the delay. On. So this one clicks. This one clicks. So I think I've got a dud relay. Because it clicks, it's not on. I'm gonna check it very quickly. But let's just confirm it turns off. It's off. Okay. So it works. Gonna power off. So I'm just gonna inspect the solder on the back here, but everything is precarious. So I would say 100% success. It's just that I have a dud relay. Let me do a quick visual. I mean, visually it looks good. Oops. Yeah, everything is soldered properly. So I've got a dud relay. All right, well, considering the fact that the coding works and it's obvious that it's sending power to there, I would say it's safe enough to say, oh, we can check one more thing too. Could actually just have a bad fuse. There to there. No, we're good. Oh. Maybe it's literally just no, that's soldered. Maybe not. Let me just touch up the solder. Because I should have continuity. Oh no, wait, I wouldn't have continuity there. You nub. From here though. Here to here. No, not to there. $20 ohms. How does that make any sense? Let me just check here. From here. Where should it go? Here to from here okay, let me just give it a touch of solder. double check that here and here. Yep, and then doing here and no continuity. What is going on? Do I have a flaw in the board? Something's off here. There is an LED at the output of the Pi, and it's activating. Don't know if they'll still go back together. Stuff may have pulled out now. Okay. Power on and on. So turns on in an off state. That's what we want. I think it's a dud relay. I forgot what the delay was. That's okay. Damn it, I had it so well. Now I may have broken off these wires. There we go. So that's on. Yeah. See? That LED is on. The relay is borked. It's not that. Yeah, so the relay is borked. I'm not I'm not desoldering it. So this is what I present to you. This is the walk-in and walk-out light flippy on-offy sensor project. So in order for it to be 100% viable. You would have to replace this one Borked relay or use a different channel. There's different channels. But you walk in, the lights turn on, and then you grab the stuff on your workbench, and you're like, oh, it's not time to work, it's time to eat food. And then you walk out, and it turns off. So that is the project, and that is what I am presenting to you. Now, very important, do you think the project was fulfilled? Yes, no. Either way, the stream is going to end. But just by the way, but do you think this fulfills the requirement for make an infrared system that knows when you enter and leave where you film and turn the lights on or off? Please answer in the poll. So far, 100%. Additional feature will be played as the Seinfeld bass slap jingle every time you enter the room. I mean, could do that. Could do that. So what do you guys think? Did I succeed or did I fail? So it looks like 100% so far are saying yes, it is a success. I have the 3 PIRs and the logic, and I'll say like 90% of it, 99% of it was written by me, no AI. Look at that. Shit works. So AI offered a couple polishing parts, but that was about it. Poll disappeared for you, but it was a yes. Okay. Well, everyone, that is it. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciated you guys and your donations and everything. Let me just see. So the stream has made 168 Canadian dollars from you guys. So that was really nice. The intention turn on the room lights. Yes, when you walk in, the lights, these would be the room lights. They would turn on. I think, I don't know, did I turn it off? No, there. So they would turn on. And then these are just representing the room lights. And then when you walk out, it would turn off. So yes, thank you so much everyone for being here. If you really like this, please leave some comments below and let me know if you appreciated it. If you want me to do this more often, eventually I will cut this down into a fully edited video, shortened up. And yeah, I'm hoping that next time the challenge will be, you know, just the same, challenging. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you all being here, and I'll catch you in the next one.